William?
Yeah, I'm
You want to
late.
join in?
Yeah,
Huh?
if you want me to. I'm
Yes,
late.
hold on. Hold on. No big deal. Everyone, William joined in. He heard me speaking, and he joined in. And William, you were at the SEC today. What was the feeling that you were there? You videotaped it for us, and we all thank you for getting out of bed and going to do that after working your ass off. But why don't you give us a feeling what you saw with the truck, and tell us what you saw. And by the way, William, there's about 800 people on this call. By the way, so.
Well, I'm just dying for the attention. No, just kidding. I guess I saw one woman go in the building, and that's about it. There were guards inside, and they were watching the truck. So, and one guy came out. One man came out. I thought he was going to come tell us to move, but he didn't. He kept walking. But
well, before you got there, William, we have a friend, one of our shareholders who's got the connection to the truck driver. He was approached by an official from the SEC questioning him about it. I didn't get to that yet, and I just wanted to let you know that was told to me about 40 minutes ago. That there was an official came out questioning the driver, who's behind this, what's going on, all kinds of stuff like that. And the driver, obviously, yeah. So they're not happy about what's going on. They see it and actually sent someone out to address it. And the driver said, "I don't know anything." He just said,
Well, they kept moving. They kept telling him to move. So I was out there quite a while before I could actually take the pictures. So, I think you were an annoyance, so you got seen. I think I sent you some pictures, but what's really I'm not an artistic guy, but when you stand on the sidewalk, the images get reflected in the lobby with all the glass and see-throughness. So the message gets across.
Listen, again, like I said, I didn't know about it. The driver said he was approached by an SEC official, not a guard, someone that was an official status at the SEC, questioning him about what was going on here.
Well, the weather was nice, and the activity downtown is picking up. So I guess Congress is back to work, and maybe the time's right to get something done. I don't know.
Well, one the shareholders has a very prominent job, has brought a ton of real big buyers to the stock. He told me to relax. Your job has been done. They know about it, and I put the slide up. Their silence is golden, meaning that for them not addressing it, they don't know what to do, or they're going to address it. Because no one's saying boo about it. They fixed the Trump has put flagpoles. He's done this, shot scalpers. He's done everything he can, but they don't even say boo about the SEC. Not a word. So he believes that this has definitely got traction, and that something's going to come out about this. And I agree with that. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Zelensky was there to get to pick up his cash from funneling money offshore. I'm joking. I'm joking. No, it's unfortunately you can't enter in. You can't go in the building, and so I don't really know what the feedback is. I don't know if there's any communication going on in the sense that there's a reaction from anybody inside, but I don't know what the number is, how many times I've been down there, but it's a lot. And
well, the one thing, William, I would like to say is that, listen, criminals don't like the spotlight on them, or they don't like to get the light shown on them, right? That's Patrick Byrne always said that. Don't shine a light on them. This light is being shown very bright. Now, I don't know who the top players are in the Fngr motion short, but Fngr motion is 100% highlighted, and when these guys get busted, all right, if there's more than one, okay, let's say Lynn Partners has his friends from Australia playing, or this guy, they're going to get caught. Answer funds giving up people. There's a lot of dominant.
Well, I was thinking about the shorts. We tend to think they're all monolithical. They're all working together, which they are. I mean, they're a loosely bound band of Confederates. But a lot of these boo birds and negative people have been showing up. And it seems like a lot of the shorts might be these day traders and these underfunded guys. And they're scared. They seem to be a little nervous. They seem to be a little scared, like you're saying. Maybe not about.
They always say you always get the most flack when you're over the target, right? That's what the bomb is.
Well, I usually get that when I'm dating somebody.
All right, but well, we always get that. But I just think that these guys stayed a little too long in the game. GameStop changed the game a few years ago. All right, yeah. 5 years to be exact.
Yeah.
And most of the big players have removed themselves from the short side. They're not playing.
What's the thing that Anna put out about that you sent to me, or she sent to us both? I couldn't tell. I was reading it while I was waiting. And
they're trying to pass some rules and make the.
Yeah, what's that about? What's that rule?
They're trying to hide fraud again. That's what they did with the Grandfather Act that was shot down. You know, there's no way they're going to pass a rule that's going to allow them to sell counterfeit shares and hide it. It's just that's, you know. Listen, she's fighting because she saw somebody posted or whatever. They're trying to do this. They can't possibly go through that. If they do pass it, let's get on a plane. We can go to the Caymans. So we found a place and we can rent some office space. So knock on a bank. We'll put $100,000 in a bank account and start naked shorting. What's the big deal? We'll do it with cameras.
We'll do it cameras live, like Stern radio show, and just have guests and film it live and let everybody see how it's done.
No, I'm just saying that the opportunity will be, if you can't beat them, you join them then, right?
Yeah.
Since no one's going to jail for it, what's the big deal? That's what we say. Hey, we're doing what everybody else is doing. What are you picking on us for, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I think this is a tremendous thing that happened today. I talked about the company, William. It came out with this news about Indonesia. And since I've been in the market, when a stock comes out with news, the shorts always say, or the story is always built in on the reporters. The stock sold off because people bought it on the rumor and sold on the news. And I said to everybody, William, before you got on, the company comes out with news. What's the rush to sell it? They just got the news out. They just signed a contract. So it's completely, that's all been made up. That whole narrative has been made up by the shorts.
Mm-hmm.
To sell the news. Why should you sell the news? We're here for a company that's growing because of this news. What's the rush to sell it? There isn't any. This is a rush to buy it, not to sell it.
Not to state the obvious again, but if we had a fair market and even a quasi-unfair market, not one that's so blatantly tilted toward this crime, you wouldn't mind if people came out and sold on the news, because there would be an equal amount maybe of buyers. But in this case, they can just flood it with entitlements, whatever you want to call it, with IOUs. And it becomes self-fulfilling, at least temporarily.
Oh, they come out. You see the bears out there trying to knock it down. They do the same thing. You know, BAM Trader puts out, you know, these algorithms and shows how they ladder attack. I tried to explain it to anyone who's on the call today. If the stock is $5, they hit the bid out. We don't have, this is a retail stock. People don't have orders in every second of the day. So there may be someone buying 2,000 at $495 and someone buying 2,000 at $490 while it's 5 bids. Once they knock out the 5 bid, they hit the $495 bid, and then right behind that, they hit the $490 bid. And if the next bid is $480, they print 200 shares of $480, and everyone thinks the stock just dropped 20 cents. That's what they do. They change the pricing level of the stock, and they do it so fast. And then when investors come to jump back in to buy the stock, you see how fast it jumps back the other way. All right, so these attacks, if we do not have investors step in and buy it right away, this stock will start all of a sudden the level is now 480, which was just 5 bids. And they did that yesterday. They sold 200,000 shares, William, around 5 to 4, sold it at the market. Who would sell a stock down from 5 to 453 in 4 minutes? What was the reason? If you wanted to sell it, you could have sold it at 470 all day long, 480, 490, up to 5. They needed to mark it down because it was going to go through 5. That's very obvious. So what did they do? If they're short 260 million shares, they get 260 million and 200,000 more. So it has in the past. All right, so that's what you're dealing with here. And today, right now, as I look at it, they keep trying to hold it down a penny or two so it stays red. They, once it goes green, hurry up, put it back down to minus red.
So today, using your prognostication abilities, it's 450. So it's essentially halfway between 4 and 5. Do they try to pin it at 4, pin it at 5, or do they actually close it down the middle?
I think it's going to drift up towards 5. I think it may even have a chance to break it through 5. There's no selling. They don't want to keep piling more on at low levels. All right. Mm-hmm. If they had the power to do it, if they're so powerful, all right. Mm-hmm. Why have they stopped? If they're so powerful, their power is being taken away. These attacks are slowing down. You very rarely see a stock that just stands and goes sideways. They're trying to cover some of their stock, whether it's the option market maker. This guy's short the 4s, right? He's trying to cover it. He's down 50 cents. Remember, these options were all 5 cents. He's already been punished on the 2s and the 3s, and now he's punished on the 4s. So the option market maker is taking a nice lump. And again, you may say, oh, well, he paid money back. He sold all those 5s and 6s or 7s at a nickel. He lost $3 on the 2s. He lost $2 on the 3s, and he lost $1 on the 4s. Yesterday, these things were $1. I mean, they're 50 cents now, but yesterday were $1. Those were options at a nickel. So you keep thinking, oh, he's making money on the 5s and the 6s. Those were a nickel. The 20 cents big deal. He's lost $2, $3. This option market maker is taking a bloodbath in the stock. And now, if it goes through 5, you're talking about a knockout punch. And if it doesn't go through 5 today, it's going to go through 5 next week. The company just signed a deal with the government, Indonesia, the country. He didn't sign a deal with the city of Maine, the state of Maine, or Warwick, Rhode Island, this little city. The whole country. What's there, 200, 300 million people there? Add that to the 1.5 billion in China. This company is piling up, getting data. Data leads you to, you can't have AI unless you have data. And this is a good point, William. Hold on, I wrote it down because the guy told me this before. That this type of business is highly profitable. He said that they're not building anything, they're not doing anything. They have the model already that they designed in China with Munich Re, and just bringing it over to a different country. This is massive, and it's highly profitable stuff. All right? So again, just think about what they're doing. Listen to the CEO. He's going on a webinar somewhere, and it's out there somewhere. Someone did a story about how Fngr Motion is the next Planeteer, PLTR. We also heard that it was going to be like Snowflake. That's a $60 billion company. And who's racing to sell it? Nobody. Just read the stories. It's not coming from us. If they land a deal with Alibaba, okay? And you're short going into this weekend, or you're short, and you're hearing the same thing we're hearing, you got to be shitting your pants. This company just landed the whole country of Indonesia. It landed the whole country of China. They're not just throwing darts. They're landing the whole country. And people go, well, they got to drive their revenue faster. You can't do it faster. It takes time, but at least have a vision. Apple, when they're building a new phone, when they started building their phones, people were buying in advance. How come in this country? How come in this company it's different? No one sees the future in this stock. People do see the future, but it's being manipulated and held down, so people think that the future isn't coming. It is coming. All right, these guys have made the mistake. They had the chance to knock it out, and they failed. Now they got a real big problem. That's what I see. And I think it's going to drift. I think there's a good chance it's going to drift to 5. I think it's going to break 5. That's my personal opinion. And and I bought stock and it started to drift lower, what's the panic? This company just got great news. And potentially, the rumor is they're going to do a deal with Alibaba. If that's true, it's lights out. It's lights out anyway, but throw that in there, that'll be like jet fuel. And you can see the stock hardly even trading now. We're trading 900,000 shares, and all those shares are sold, knocking it down. Because this morning when it opened up, it was hardly trading. We traded 100,000 shares. There was no buying at the top. It was just drifting. But the attack came in. Sell it down, sell it down, sell it down. They tried to pin it support. It didn't work. Now all those shares they sold, people have been buying it, put it away. I told everyone yesterday, William, I had a buyer of 75,000 shares, right? He was going to take it through 5. He went to pay 5 for it. They pulled him at 475. How's that one? Wow. He went to go pay 5. It was 497 or 495 when I was on your call. I think I said it. The guy went to buy his 5 top, 575,000. They hit his bid. They sold it to him at 475 average. That's how nuts these guys are.
I'm trying to remember what they would have done in the past. I think if your own firm made a market, which sometimes they did, I think you might get a call and they'd give you extra commission, or they just keep that at the desk. They print it at 5 and keep the spread at the desk.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That was someone would short it before you could cross it. Listen, I used to get orders from Nomura. Okay, I covered the Japanese firms. Nomura, Daiwa, Yamamichi were my clients. They used to call me up in the morning. They wanted to buy 5 million shares or 6 million shares of Motorola. They were big players in Motorola back in the day. The symbol was MOT, for those who don't know. That's old. And they used to call me up. Huh? Hold on a second, please. I have a friend of mine came from a shareholder that I know who, a friend of mine worked on a trading desk, was passing by. And he wanted to stop by and say hello, so he's here. But I used to get the orders by 600,000. They wanted to buy 6 million, by 2 million at 9:30, 2 million at 12, and 2 million at 4 o'clock. And that's how they got an average. So during the day, I would go out and try to find someone to book the other side of that trade, so I get double commissions. Mm. So when you're talking about at a desk, trading it, that's what we used to do. Mm. So I had 2 million to buy. They wanted to buy it. I got 2 million to buy it. The stock is going to open up at 30. I would find someone that would want to sell it. And this way you get the other side of the transaction. But do you have anything else you want to say, William? Because I guess I have a shareholder here and I want to.
I don't really. I mean, I guess.
Well, I wanted to hear what you had.
Your thoughts.
I told you there was an official that went to the truck. I'll try to get more color on that.
It was a good truck. The guy driving it was terrific. He was a real gentleman, a young guy. I hope he didn't get too much heat. And he just blew him off. He couldn't care less. But again, where he parks, there's a lot of automobiles that come in. So there's a lot of people that see it. I don't know if they, as they're driving by, they probably only see one window of it, but still it gets a lot of attention.
Well, listen, the basis of that truck was to put it in front of the SEC. Take photos in front of the glass building. Those buildings, those federal buildings, from what your knowledge of it, every building in D.C. has cameras on it.
And they all have bureaucrats inside.
So there's cameras all over it. They see what's going on. The cameras are recording it. So if we're whistleblowing, they can see it. We've done it. The proof is right there. They cannot deny it. All those phone calls we ever made to the SEC, and you remember back in the day, we used to always call at 12 o'clock. Those phone calls that probably went into some shredder and disappeared. All right, all those complaints, they probably disappeared. But the truck is right there. And I promise you, these guys who are shorting Fngr motion, the guys that are shorting TBUX or MMTLP, they're going to be exposed. They're going to go to jail. All right? Yeah, I think the warning shots have been sent. I think there's a lot of companies that are getting heat. You can see the fines all over the place. Goldman Sachs just got caught again. I think there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think the end is coming. All right, people, listen, I can't really talk too much. I have someone here.
Okay.
I think we're going to drift too far. I think there's an opportunity that if the Alibaba news, which we heard was coming next week, that's the rumor, let's see what happens. Let these guys stay short. Let them deal with it. Listen, this company's showing me that they can close big deals. Their partners in Munich Re. They got the government of Indonesia, the telecom there. They have, the telecoms in China. They have AIZ as a partner. They have, who else? I can't remember all the other ones. Pacific Life Rate. I mean, this company's has been closing the big government contract in China for the emergency response. Don't forget about that. Everyone forgot about that one already. They got the top-ups for the electric cars in China. They got the top-up for the cell phone business in China. This is not a one-trick pony. This company has plenty of business. Again, it's not moving as fast as you want. Think about the company trying to fight the attacks by the criminals all day and trying to build out a business in Asia. And it's a U.S. company doing business in Asia. So the nonsense that the government's going to shut down the Chinese companies, it was all nonsense created by the short sellers, okay, to get people to panic out of them. You saw a bunch of Chinese names squeezed recently because of that, right? That went away. So all that nonsense is gone. The company's building business. Now they're outside of China. What are you going to say next? There's nothing else to say. Watch the CEO and his webinar. Read up on different things that the company's doing. Understand what you're doing. And I think you'd be quite pleased what you're seeing about this company. Throw in the 260 million shares. Throw in the 3.1. What happened to this guy short 3.1 million shares at $1.16? Remember, each day that number is the most he can make goes lower. All right, pretty soon I'm just going to say $1, but that's the most he can make is $1. He has to pay fees. He's borrowing. He's paying everything, margin. This guy's getting buried. He's down $12 million. Who stays short the stock where the most you can make is $3 million and the most you can lose is infinite? He hasn't bought back his shares. Don't tell me he's been covering, because he hasn't. You can tell when they're covering. He hasn't covered. So that guy is definitely has a huge problem. When does he fold? I don't know. It could be 2 o'clock today. He may need to come up with more money. I don't know. But again, we've always told, never get wiped out on one stock. And this guy's doing that. All right, everybody, I have to run. I have someone here. And William, thank you again for getting up.
No, I didn't. Thank you for doing all your work. I didn't do it.
And go take a break. Everyone, I'll speak to you later. Thank you.
All right. To me, one question out there is, where is Fngr going to close? I don't know. I don't want to be negative and say they're going to bring it down to 4 to close it at 4. But that would be how the option people would get the most premium. I guess they could just close it in the middle, but how often does that happen? Anyway, we'll watch it. We'll be here. I'll try to stay live until the close. We'll watch it. It'd be fun to see. Where's Max Payne for Fngr? I guess you're talking about for the shorts. Look, I think the news today was good, but it's the kind of news that probably isn't going to show up in the stock price right away. It needs to be translated. It needs to be executed. It needs performance. I mean, what's not in the news story is, who's the competition? What's the size of the market? How easy is it to bring on board customers? A lot of things like that. But I think they'll flesh that out as time goes by. It's a good announcement. I probably would have put it out on Monday or Tuesday because I think good news is better to put out at the beginning of the week, but that's a minor thing. Tim, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, right now it's right in the middle, so we'll see what happens. What was the high? I guess the high this week was around 520 during the day. It felt like it went higher, but maybe that was after hours. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what the news is, David. They sell. They just sell. We don't have yet, anyway, in Fngr that I know of, although the volume over the last 2 weeks might imply there's somebody starting to be in there. But these cowardly yet pesky day trading short sellers, they can basically write their own ticket because, I really think it's a policy choice. It's a theory choice. And it started under Bill Clinton. And it started with Secretary Rubin whispering in Bill Clinton's ear, hey, Wall Street can regulate itself. I wonder what FDR would say about that. But Bill Clinton was no FDR. Remember FDR when the banksters got upset with him on one of his policies. I think it might have been, nothing's coming in my head. I don't think it was income tax. It was something else. It was some regulation. And FDR said something like, they hate me. I welcome their hatred. That wasn't Bill Clinton. That wasn't Barack Obama. The Democratic Party hasn't had anyone looking out for the working class, the middle class, the immigrant, the downtrodden, the African American, the Indian American, the Vietnamese American, the Chinese American. The Democratic Party hasn't had anybody looking out for anyone who's not in the rarefied air of Chelsea Clinton or Biden's daughters or Obama's daughters. I mean, they don't really look like him, but I guess they are his daughters. I don't know what happened to the Democratic Party, but it probably isn't important to discuss it in terms of party affiliation. It's just the sickness of an empire. It's the last stages of an empire. I think I read one of the volumes of that. I think it was a husband and a wife team. I'm trying to remember the guy's name right now. I really have a Biden brain. I hope I'm not going to have lose the quickness of my thoughts, because my dad had his brain all the way right until the end. Although there were some things that didn't always make sense. But anyway. Durant, was it? Anyway, the history of the Roman Empire, which fascinates me, but I've never really gotten a whole history done. But they went through their financial crises, and a lot of empires do. And what we are in the United States since Bill Clinton, it started, I think, under Reagan, but Reagan couldn't get a lot done. Reagan was able to begin to break down the state barriers to banking and to certificates of deposit. Delaware, Joe Biden's state, started changing the credit card laws. When I was, a boy, I guess, credit cards, you couldn't charge more than 13%. But a Democratic-led state wanted everyone, Joe Biden wanted everyone in slavery. So your credit cards, when a credit card, the bank, a Capital One, for example, when you get that card in the mail, they lend that money into existence. The money didn't exist before, so they're lending you money that they didn't have, but they get to charge you a fee. And what Capital One's genius was, which is why I met anyway, I won't say her name, but I met I knew for a while. She was very nice. One of the daughters of one of the top couple of guys at Capital One. We never talked about that. We talked about other things. But what Capital One figured out is just lend the cards out and do it to almost anybody and lend the money out. But they give you a card for $300, say, or $250. Well, they're lending you $300, but they take out $65 for the account opening fee or the, background check fee. So that goes on your card, and then you have to pay that back. They start paying you because your credit's bad. They start charging you 24%. And then if you're late or you go over limit, they add whatever it is, $35. So this is just an incredible money-making machine. And using the rule of 70, at 25%, as you're paying it back with that interest, they're doubling the money they lent to you I think it's every 2.5 years. You can do the arithmetic, but they're doubling. So their assets are going up. And this is the world that Delaware and Joe Biden bequeathed on the American working class. And I read an article the other day that young people don't understand finance. They don't want you to understand it. But credit cards are slavery. My dad, for years, just over and over and over again, he'd said, I don't have a credit card. I don't have a credit card. He'd say, son, I don't have a credit card. I just have American Express. You know, I can use it, but I have to pay it off at the end of the month. No credit, you know. And I used to, yeah, all right, great. But that's how I live now. I don't have a credit card because it's the way, yeah, I think it's the single way that the banking system enslaves you. And on top of that, I think it takes money from you. And I can't think of a single thing you should put on a credit card that has the value of doubling every 2 or 3 years. A dinner, you take somebody to dinner and you pay the minimums. By the time you pay off the card, you might have paid for that dinner 3 times. A flight somewhere is very few things. Maybe if you have a card and it helps you get a degree, or it helps you take a training course, or buy a uniform to work your job, or there might be some cases where it makes sense. But most of the time, I think you should pay off your credit cards, wrap them in a plastic bag, and put them in your freezer, and don't use them. It's slavery. That goes to my whole mission, which I haven't really talked about that much. But I really want each one of you to start thinking of yourselves as your own central bank, your own island of financial sanity. And one of the first things is not have credit card debt. Although I like CC's strategy of buying silver on her credit card. I don't mind that idea. As long as she can afford the payments. I loved your idea of using money to buy Fngr calls and use the other cash for nicks. Thank you for that idea. Well, if I were to get money, which I don't anticipate that, but I would probably, that's what I would do right now. Everything changes every day. I don't want to change the subject from Fngr, but if you look at Fngr and you look at Nixie, Fngr's trading, I'm going to use round numbers. Fngr has a market cap of $250 million. Nixie has a market cap of $40 million. Nixie's a little less proven, as our friends in Canada might say. And Nixie's newer. Nixie's story isn't seared in our brains. And Nixie has, the sketchy background of this goofy CEO coming in wearing shorts and taking 250,000 shares for free. It has the background of kind of a ragtag executive team that, you could argue didn't do very well with Whalen and Logic. On the other hand, that team learned a lot, and that team had made a lot of contacts in the investment banking world. And that model that Logic was supposed to do of being an avenue for a lot of companies to come, which were private, and to come to market by reverse mergering in, an exit strategy for successful companies. Well, Nixie's doing that model. And it's not a bad model. And so nobody gets it always right. Ted Williams, even in his best year, didn't get on base 60% of the time. So, I would say that the team at Nixie, the experience, the awareness, it probably works in our favor. The news they've put out, I'm not going to read it all because it would just take too long and it would distract from Fngr. But the news they put out implies a company that's going to bring in revenues fairly quickly. They already announced that they had revenues in April. And at a minimum, I think we can argue that Nixie could achieve revenues similar to Fngr Motion. In fact, they're saying it could be a lot higher, but now Fngr Motion has this 300, almost 300 million population country signing in for their insurance app. So let's just, for sake of argument, say that both companies at the end of the year have a similar revenue profile. Well, that I'm not going to take away from Fngr. Let's just give it to Nixie. Let's not take away from Fngr. So for Fngr, let's just say it stays at $250 million. It goes up, comes back to $250 million. 250 million market cap. Well, I think conceptually Nixie can go to a $250 million market cap. It's a very similar revenue profile based on the information we know. In the case of Nixie, perhaps it's much more visible that they're going to get to big revenues. But based on what Fngr just got in Indonesia, give them 6 months, give them 9 months. Who knows? That could be a huge revenue too. I've heard some musings about how much the revenue could be out of a country with almost 300 million people. So anyway, let's just say it's the same, just because we're doing a thought exercise. So if Nixie were to grow to a $250 million market cap, they've got, let's call it just, they've got 18 million shares outstanding. Let's call it 25 million, because that's easy arithmetic for me. That's $10 a share, and it's trading at $2. So that's why, Benjamin, to me, if you buy Nixie, right now it costs you $2. Let's say you bought Monday, let's say you had some money, and you bought, I don't know, 1,000 shares of Nixie at $2. Let's say you had $2,500. You bought 1,000 shares. Well, see, that's bad arithmetic for me. But anyway, $2,500. You bought 1,000 shares of Nixie, and you used $500 to buy calls for June on Fngr. Well, if the calls go to zero, they don't work. In essence, instead of paying $2, see, this is where my arithmetic's not going to work. A share for Nixie, I think the number is you're paying $2.20 a share for Nixie. Well, you can make that back. I think Nixie can make back your loss in the calls on Fngr. If the calls on Fngr work, well, you got a home run. Anyway, that's my rationale there. Fngr now is 455, 456, 454 to 458. Bid to ask 934,000. President Wilson sold us down the river in 1914, the Federal Reserve Act. Well, as you know, there's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve, and there's nothing reserve-like about what they do. So it's a clever name. I don't think I read it. If I read it, I don't really remember it. I'd like to read it again. The meeting at Jekyll Island, it was the banksters, and they set up the Federal Reserve. It's all for the banks. Everything is for the banks. I looked it up. I don't know if it'll pop up quickly. World wealth by nation. I think that'll give me the answer. All right, let's just see the Global Finance Magazine. Per capita. I don't want per capita. I want total. I want total. Okay, let's see. All right, that's not the information I want. Visual capitalist. They do it per capita. That's not what I want. Okay, let me ask a question differently. Total okay. Here's an answer. The list of countries globally by financial assets in 2023. The United States led the world with $88 trillion in, and I guess this is in euros, but let's just call it dollars because I don't know why they're doing it in euros, but let's just, it's a comparison. And I think the euro in 23 was close to, it was $1.10 or something. I'm just going to say it's dollars. I'm tired of looking around. This is Wikipedia. United States, 88 trillion. China, 23 trillion. Japan, 11.5 trillion. And that's where it stops by memory. United Kingdom, 4.5 trillion. France, 5 trillion. Germany, 6 trillion. Canada, 5 trillion. Italy, 4.5 trillion. Australia, 2.5 trillion. Korea, South Korea, 2 trillion. And that's ahead of Taiwan with 3.5 trillion. I don't know why. Anyway, so you get that picture. All right, now look at this. Listen to this if you can. Top let's see if it comes up. Okay, Wall Street Prep. Let's see if this works. Top hedge funds listed by assets under management. All right, so number one is Millennium Management. This is in 23 as well. So it's 390 million. So that's 4 trillion, I guess. I guess that's what it is, 4 trillion. Citadel Advisors, 3.4 trillion. Bridgewater Associates, 2 trillion. I think I'm reading this correctly. Balasny Asset Management. Let me get a better list so I make sure I'm reading the amounts correctly. The top 100 largest hedge funds. Millennium. Okay. The top 2023 top 100 U.S. hedge funds. Citadel number 1. Oh, this is 22. Citadel, Bridgewater, Millennium, Mariner, AQR, Balasini, Ares, Renaissance, Alphadyne, Point 72. It's a long list. Anyway, I'm having a hard time finding it. But what I'm trying to show you is the top hedge funds have more assets under management than most of the countries in the world have financial assets. There's tremendous power in the banking system. And the Federal Reserve was set up for the banksters, not for you and me, not for you and I. We need bullish news that will set off several short squeezes. Here's my thought on that, Butter. I think that's possible. I think it's possible that, because it's happened. We've seen it recently. I can't remember all the stocks where you guys come on and you show me a stock that's up, thousands of a percent, and we missed it. So they do happen. So you're right. We need some sort of trigger. I'm not being very successful in convincing you, which is fine. That gives me more time, I hope, to build a position. But I think the single best short squeeze, to call it that, out there is an asset. We have an ozone advisory here. Hail. That doesn't sound good. The single best short squeeze out there, bar none, set it and forget it, establish your position, and play golf, is silver. Silver is a suppressed commodity that is, in our modern world, in many ways, because look at the trip Trump just had to the Middle East. What younger people in particular are expecting out of the modern world. Silver, in many ways, maybe it's like two rotating gears, and sometimes one gear's on top and sometimes the other gear's on top. Silver may be more important in the modern world than oil. I still argue oil's the commodity that allows us to live the way we live. But silver's right up there, if not in many cases beyond it. Everything we do in life. But there are shortages in silver. And silver's been, I think oil is one of the most mispriced assets on the globe and has been forever. Clean water is mispriced as well. Wait till women realize that the water they're drinking in California is polluted by radiation from Fukushima, as an example. Wait till that happens. You're going to see demand for pure water. This glass of water could cost $10. But for now, water's free. Water's free. We pollute it. We shit in it. We pour paint in it. We pour chemicals into it. We put all our industrial waste into it. We allow our pigs to grovel in it. We just we treat our water as if it's just there endlessly. Yet it's only, I forget, fresh water is a really small percentage of the water available on the planet. And like air, our bodies absorb air and water that maybe Julius Caesar drank or breathed. But we take chances on it. So water, I think, is mispriced in many ways as well. It shouldn't be free. It shouldn't be free to pollute water. It shouldn't be free to pollute water. Water is a common good, but try to go 2 days, 3 days without water, and try to live a life. If water contains radioactivity or water contains other poisons. So I think water might be mispriced. But for now, we have a system that equalizes water. I mean, how great was Jimmy Carter to go to Africa and get rid of the guinea worms in standing water? To put one pump in towns to get fresh water. I guess you could say a similar thing about air, that we treat it as a free good and we shouldn't, but there seems to be a lot of air. I don't know if there is. Where the great processors of the atmosphere that turn it into oxygen are plankton and trees. And I don't know if you notice, sharks are attacking a lot of people. Is it because sharks got more aggressive, or there's more of them? Or is it because there's less food in the ocean? Maybe there's less food in the ocean because of radiation from Fukushima. I don't know. But we take for granted that the planet is always going to give us enough oxygen to breathe. And we burn down trees out in Fairfax County and Loudoun County. They bulldoze entire forests to put up the American dream of McDonald's and a bank on the corner and a supermarket and endless rows of flimsy, ugly townhouses. They just take down all the forests. And it's a big red clay field that stretches as far as you can see. And then they put solar panels on top as if that's green. So anyway, maybe you argue that air is mispriced. But I think the two mispriced assets in the world, that much gasoline could, I don't know if if the tank were dry, it's not enough because you need enough to get into the engine. But if you had a tank of gasoline and you had I don't even know what the models are for pickup trucks anymore. They're such behemoths. But let's just say you had a Toyota truck or a RAV4 out on the street, and you had 8 people that you wanted to take up to Capitol Hill to go meet someone at the SEC. That's about all the gasoline you'd burn. And that costs, I don't know what a gallon would be, but that probably costs less than 30 cents. It's just totally mispriced. Totally mispriced. But as several generations, we've been blessed with oil and gasoline to live a life that Croesus couldn't live, Cleopatra couldn't live. And we're doing it. We're getting this bounty of essentially stored sunshine, and we're burning it as quickly as we can. We're having a party. Muscle cars, travel. When a woman works at a U.S. regulatory agency and she's got a lot of responsibility, and she's got children, and she's got people waiting on her stamps to have access to their capital. It's a tough job. She needs a vacation. So she hops a flight down to Cancun, takes a vacation for 2 weeks. Everything is flown in. We just burned through this bounty. I think it's mispriced. When you realize it, oil's going to be a whole different price. Gasoline's going to be a whole different price. But for now, we just burn through it without a thought, without a care. But the other asset is silver. Silver is essentially free. It's in your computer, it's in your phone, it's in your AI, it's in your crypto, it's in your medical devices, it's in a lot of your hospitals for antibiotic reasons. I hope I'm using the right word. Silver's in, as I read the other day, it's in your electrical switches. It's in your speakers. Silver is everywhere. And it's essentially free. And it's suppressed by the banks. You might be surprised to know that the world's largest short position, I think it still is true, is JP Morgan. There was a woman named Blythe Masters that came up with the idea essentially of hypothecating and rehypothecating precious metals. Essentially, that was her idea. Or at least they gave her credit for it, so it looked like women contributed in the boardroom. But that was JP Morgan. And since then, JP Morgan has carried a huge short position. No one knows for sure, similar to our certificates, our counterfeit shares. Jamie Dimon's probably one of the savviest bankers out there. And I've also read that JP Morgan has built a long position in silver. So maybe that's how he's offsetting his trading desk risks. But there's about 24 men in London, New York, maybe Chicago, who short silver. They trade it on as a paper, and sometimes they do it. They trade 1 billion ounces in a day or a week, and the world produces 800 million ounces a year, apparently. But that's mostly spoken for. The last 5 years, silver has been in deficit for physical demand, and most of the physical demand is industrial. There is some investment demand, but central banks haven't even begun to buy silver. Russia is. And the banks, do you know who's buying gold? And the longer you wait, the bigger head start you give to the banks. And most of your brokers and your financial advisors and your banksters, they don't know anything about gold. But slowly, it's in everybody. It's all the headlines. It's in all the advertisements. And you know who's buying gold? 6 weeks ago, 6 weeks after Liberation Day, that was Donald Trump's day, gold briefly dropped as low as $3,150 an ounce, down 10% from record highs. In a world where headline risk remains ubiquitous, correlations are broken, and Asia is still in the driver's seat regarding gold. And while the recent de-escalation in U.S.-China tensions and major geopolitical conflicts has probably removed the right tail of macro risk, They're talking about the black swan, basically. Gold is anything but dead. As Goldman Sachs analyst Gerard Tan writes in an overnight note, and by the way, I've been telling you about gold and silver for 3 years, and I've been telling my clients about gold for a decade, more than that maybe. But now Goldman, and I'm not saying I'm smarter than Goldman. But as Goldman analyst Gerald Tan writes in an overnight note, despite 50 basis points of rate cuts priced out in 10 days, and the S&P 500 up 20% since April lows, and the West not being in the trade, you're the West. Gold is still up 20% year to date. No surprise then that Tan believes this retracement is healthy, as fundamental drivers of de-dollarization and diversification remain firmly intact. Well, I don't know. I don't know about de-dollarization. The damage done by the Bidens and the Clintons, the Hillary Clintons, and the Victoria Newlands is pretty severe. Isolating Russia, and Russia has created a whole different processing system. The SWIFT system no longer rules. That's a self-inflicted wound. It's a self-inflicted wound. But anyway, while Western investors have been largely absent in this year's rally, Goldman expects re-engagement as the market consolidates through another leg of positioning flush may be needed before the long-term regains traction, the long-term trade. Sorry, I see in double, so my eyesight's not perfect. I've just got to follow up on my operation. So Goldman Sachs lays out 10 charts speaking for the case for gold. 1, gold is back to pre-Liberation Day levels after trading in a $550 range for 6 weeks. For context, gold traded in a $500 range for the entirety of the years between 2014 and 2019. Number 2, Chinese positioning of gold remains in the driver's seat with close to 9 million ounces increase since March of 2025. Three, in the meantime, the West is still not in the trade, with commodity traders net at Q1 2004 levels when gold was trading for $1,000 cheaper. 4, long gamma. Is gamma for gold? Long gamma was the best trade with 1 million realized above 36 V when 1 million ATM was trading 16 V before I don't know what the hell all that means. So we'll skip that. 5, long riskies was the other winning trade. So in other words, being long the risk trades. 6, the exchange funds volatility and subsequent physical moves are now a distant memory, with London gold trading above COMEX over the first 3 years of the curve. COMEX inventories have started to decline, as more metal is being shipped back to London. I don't know how that helps my argument with you. 7, London forwards are back to pre-Trump election levels. Okay, fine. Now, 8, silver has been the sideshow for the last month, trading in a tight $1.50 range, with the 6-month realized correlation between gold and silver trading at 15-year lows, 15 years lows. In other words, the gold-silver ratio is trading at 15 years lows, while realized silver volume is now trading below gold for the first time since 2020. And then number 10, to help buttress my argument to you for silver, you need to know that rhodium is the one outlier of the precious metals complex, up 20% year to date with the curve fully in backwardization. So keep an eye on rhodium. Platinum and palladium are trading uncorrelatedly to the rest of the precious metals complex, with lower implied volumes and even lowered realized volumes, hoping to find some revival with the Platinum Week starting this Monday. I don't think I'm subscribed to the. No, I can't give you any more detail. So anyway, Bader, I'll try to give you. Not right now. Maybe even this show. I'll try to find some numbers, but J.P. Morgan, and my understanding is Bank of America. In fact, Merrill Lynch might be in the most trouble on the silver trade. But these 26 guys suppress the price of silver such that silver has never traded above its 1980 high. 1980 high. It got close in 2011, but it hasn't. You don't need to adjust it for inflation. Just the numerical number. Silver hasn't traded above its 1980 high. And in the meantime, we've probably got 2 billion people worldwide, maybe 5 billion people worldwide, that will increase their demand for silver in the phones, in crypto, in radios, speakers, electricity. So the demand for silver, physical demand for silver, has ever grown. And the thing about treating silver almost as an afterthought, I was walking this morning to go to the SEC, and there's a big television sitting out, cracked, of course, because they put it out, maybe said free, but someone smashed it. But they're just throwing it away. There's silver in there. It's just being thrown away. And so there's not a lot of silver in the warehouses or in surplus. In fact, I showed you the charts, maybe I still have it here. Yeah, here's the chart. This is, I've got to take your comment down so you can see it. This is for 5 years. And you can see in the green, it's 2021. In the orange, it's 2022. In the gray, 2023. In the yellow, 2024. And it's pretty much an estimate in the blue. But I'm sure they're close on it. So the cumulative market balance is shown in the first tower. The cumulative supply deficit is shown in the second tower. And what the cumulative supply deficit is showing is that over the last 5 years, well, including this year, the shortfall in silver is 800 million ounces of silver over the last 5 years. Look at the mine production of silver annually in the orange column. It's 800 million ounces a year. So annual mine production is equivalent to the shortfall of the last 5 years. And in the past, we've always had surplus, obviously. Otherwise, we'd have no silver. So this can't continue, but we blithely go on without thinking about it. So I'll finish quickly. The price of silver is suppressed, and it's possible it continues being suppressed. But I think in this big market blow-off rally that's coming, the SMH is already back up. It's probably going to go to 400 or 450. The S&P is approaching 6,000, and I put a wild-ass target out there of 8,500, which I admit is probably too far, but I want to make a dramatic statement. In that kind of environment, I think silver goes to 120, but silver could break out, and there could be panic, and there could be a squeeze in silver as well. So I think the best squeeze play, if you're looking for a short squeeze, is silver. I think it's the hands down the best trade out there. In terms of the stocks, it's very hard to line up a stock that they can't get it under control. But we'll get there. We'll find one. We'll find one. I'm trying to debate what to get the Fngr 6 or 7 calls on Monday. Well, wait till Monday. Wait till Monday. Let's see where where the stock's trading right now. Which ones? The 6s or 7s? See, my service, I can't read those. I can't see them. Ah, they have 550 calls. They have 450 calls. I didn't see those before. So they could close a Fngr on 450 today because they have 450 calls. All right. So maybe they pin it to 450. So maybe it's going to be a boring hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, they have calls now, 450s. I didn't see that. So anyway, in June, I can't see the 6s or 7s, but I can see the 550s. They're at 95 cents for June right now. Monday, those will probably be, at least, assuming the price doesn't change, those should decline by at least 10 or 15 cents. And you're deciding the 6s or the 7s. You're gonna kill me, but I would do it differently. But anyway, let's see what it's trading for Monday, because the premiums will go down by Monday. But I think I would probably buy in the money calls, which I can't read here. I don't, my service doesn't give me, I can't see what the $3 calls would be trading for. But or I'd just buy the stock. The in the money calls, there's no, these guys were telling you about theta premium. That's just time premium. Speculative premium. When it's in the money, there's really not that much premium, and you're paying more money, but you're not paying as much premium, and I like that. I like that. The downside is as the stock goes up, the premium won't expand, but the price will go up. I wouldn't pay today, I wouldn't pay 95 cents for the 550 calls. The stock is trading $1 lower than that. So you'd be paying basically 650 for the stock, and these calls expire in 30 days, 35 days. I wouldn't, that's too much premium. So let's wait till Monday. Don't make the decision now. It'll be clearer to you Monday. Not to take away from Fngr or G-Bucks. I think G-Bucks, for me, and I say this, there's a great risk, just like GDC had its run up, but I do not understand why G-Bucks didn't get that deal done. Let me see if there was news on G-Bucks. No, there was no news. No news. So I would be concerned about G-Bucks, but doesn't mean I'm right. It makes no sense to me. They had the dividend out there. It's still out there, and they didn't finalize that deal. I don't know, that makes me a little nervous. But GDC eventually ran, so I'm not saying it won't. But for me, if I were in G-Bucks, I think I would sell it and buy Nixie. I think you can triple your money in Nixie over the next month, maybe sooner. G-Bucks could run back to, it went to 10 or something, which is essentially a triple, but it just seems riskier to me now. The max pain for Fngr options is $3. Well, I think the max pain is depending on what you own. So Fngr can close at 450. I didn't know they had 450 strike prices. So it can close at 450. I wonder how Bill benefited from the deregulated stock market. I don't think Bill Clinton was a stock market trader. I think he's glided through life on his intelligence and his charm. And if you listen to Christopher Hitchens on his lies. Hey, Candy. Good dog. Okay, the devil is in the details. Social Security Act of 1938, list of attacked slaves with another. I don't know. Was that what the goal was to? I don't know what that means. Social Security was a reasonable idea when it came out, but politicians have added to the benefits and not paid for them. Social Security was never in a lock box, and that's a shame. Milton Friedman had an argument. He came to my school. I met him. My economics advisor was one of his best students, Milton Friedman's best students. Very popular guy. But anyway, he argued that Social Security, people could do a better job investing their own money. What was funny about it what you'll notice is, and I actually think they're right, women will tend to choose to let the government do it and make, whatever, make $1,500 a month or whatever the number is when they retire. Men will tend to go, particularly when they're younger, they'll say, no, I want to invest it myself. And on paper, it looks like I could have, $10,000 a month in income. The problem is, and I think women know this, is there's a lot of risk and a lot of bad things can happen to your wealth. And so the government is safer, so it's worth taking a lower return. Anyway, we could talk about Social Security forever. It's not that interesting to most people. Paycheck debt lent you by the Federal Reserve because they stole your money from your birth certificate, which is a bank stock certificate. You're working. I think if you spend some time pondering money, that what you're talking about there doesn't really make sense, although I see where you're coming from. But money, no one knows what money is. And money is something we accept from each other. They try to define it, but it evolves. Prior to FDR, it was primarily a gold, silver based system, but he took us off the gold standard. And then we had a conversion after Bretton Woods. The United States sat in the pole position after World War II, and we had a gold window that was open for conversion of our dollar to gold, but it wasn't per se that our dollar was tied to a gold standard. It was just kind of a agreed I don't know what word, support for the dollar. And particularly the French got pissed off at it, and they started submitting dollars for the gold, and gold started leaving the United States. And our president in August of 1971 said nix on that. And he shut the gold window. And then Doc Kissinger did his shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East, and he convinced particularly one of the sons of King Abdulaziz to essentially recycle the dollars we spent for oil in the United States. And a term came up, petrodollars. Well, that is basically, more importantly probably than gold, what's backed the US dollar ever since is oil. As the single biggest commodity in the world, traded in dollars, that has given us the great gift that pissed the French off of seigniorage. And as much as Hillary Clinton and Valerie Nuland and Samantha Powers and Blinken want to throw that away, and there's more than just those names. Donald Trump just came back from the Middle East and in one trip restated American policy away from the neocons, away from the American century, away from the Cheneys, the Bushes, the Wolfowitzes, the Newlands, the Kagans. the Blinkens, the Hillary Clintons, the Samantha Powers. With one trip, Donald Trump said prosperity is more important than nation building and bombing the shit out of each other's cities. And the goodwill that he struck with Crown Prince Mohammed, incredible for your future and mine. And then in Qatar, no president had ever visited. And then in the United Arab Emirates, amazing trip, what Trump did. And it may be that oil continues to be priced in dollars for a while longer, and that's great for us. But is our dollars money? The world pretty much accepts dollars as money, but there's been all this talk that we have to go to Bitcoin and XRP and coin this, coin that, and BRICS and all these discussions. So there's a concern that paper currency isn't going to be money, and now it's got to be digital. I don't know. It's going to be that generation has to decide what they accept as money. So anyway, in your argument that you're working for your own money, yeah, okay. There's a misconception about the gold standard and the mercantile system that it was good for the economy, but there were some serious flaws in that. You could not grow. Your nation's wealth was limited by, at the basic, how much gold you had, how much silver you had. But by the invention of paper money, by the invention of fractional reserve banking, by the invention of even central banks, even credit cards, we are all wealthier. Some of us are in debt, but in general, we're all wealthier. And it's a confidence game in the sense we all have to accept that money is wealth. But what's happened is we price whole asset classes on their margin, housing, stock market. And so as long as we accept the black and white entries in our statements or on our computer screens, we're all wealthier. And we all enjoy better life because we don't need to spend all of our money on Friday night. We just have to spend part of it. So that entry sits there. Anyway, yes, we're working for our own money, but I don't think there is anything. I don't think the government is taking our money. I don't think the government, even in the United States, we have huge government debt. But what if a lot of that debt, which is in T-bill form, short-term government obligations, what if that's being held as a reserve currency instead of dollars by foreign banks because it pays a little bit of interest? Well, we're treating that as debt, but they're essentially treating it as a cash equivalent, which is what it is. So I don't know. I don't think you can make black and white statements about they are taking our money or that it's my money. It's not really how it works. Anyway, let me keep going. Just wanted to compliment you again on how you handled the short shows. I wasn't proud of myself. Kept your cool even with the stupid questions. Maybe Ramen Soup should get a job driving the truck. Yeah, well, these guys, I'm telling you, Ramen, and I guess it's bad if I don't call him by his name, Drew Diligence, they don't give you their real names. But my information, I cannot confirm it, so I admit it's trafficking in rumor, I guess, which you're not supposed to do in the Bible. On the other hand, I think the evidence is there by their actions over many years. Drew, in particular, is a talented befriender. I mean, he had me do an interview. He can come across as very warm and concerned and as a friend. So it took me a long time to think that his motives were not aligned with everybody's. And I still sometimes have some doubts about it because Drew appears to be a pretty good friend with some people here that I think are good people. But on the other hand, you have to look at what's been going on, and it's always in our names. It's weird, it's never in their names. It's never in a stock that they bring to our attention. But the net effect of 3 years of their work is that there's a lot of confusion out there on what to do with MMTLP. And remember, the whole system wants to get NextBridge trading so they can hide that blob of securities entitlements in MMTLP and MMAT and Torchlight. They can hide that blob into a new set of securities entitlements in all of our accounts around Wall Street. And then it's buried again. They want to get it there because then effectively NextBridge starts out of the gate potentially with 2 billion shares out. Now, when they do their reporting, it'll be 240 million or whatever it is. But the effective market weight, I'm talking about lead weight, burden, could be as much as 10 times that. That's what they want. That's the goal they want. And I think everything that Raman and Drew have done moves toward that goal. You know, they'll be friends, they'll be angry. Drew will come on. You know, people here will tell me that I'm somehow an anti-Semite. Drew comes on and leads a sing-along on my, you know, frankly, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, and I don't talk about that much. But on my holiest day, he's out there singing along and making fun of me. But he can do that because he's Jewish, and that's okay. But I can't point that out without being called anti-Semitic. I don't know. It's just a nightmare. I'm so sick of all the labels. I'm so sick of it all. I think the net effect of the work that Drew Diligence and Raman Soups have done is to leave the majority of MMTLP's holders naked and vulnerable and victims. And so how do you call? I don't know how to call it except the results. And I think you, not you personally, but I think people out there have to be very careful what they're doing. There's a lot of people I think are working in concert with the river of money, as Pat Burns calls it. The stock loan department, I mean, remember, Patrick Burns calls Goldman Sachs a stock loan desk with the name of an investment bank on the door. The 85% of Goldman's profits at the time he was talking, roughly, to my memory, comes from stock loan and all the business associated with it. That's the hypothecating and the rehypothecating and the F3 button. That is what caused maybe 2 billion shares of NextBridge, which they want to be 2 billion shares of NextBridge in the system. This is why, to me, Greg McCabe simply cannot trade. I think they're already having it trade. But Greg McCabe cannot allow Wall Street to define his company as a public company. They're already saying it is. But he cannot trade. And he cannot trade on blockchain. But these guys are going to get him there. And then they're going to be just where they want them. And the steal keeps going. And for me to talk about it, it's not that I'm trying to attack people on an individual level. I'm trying to see where the battle lines are and what the players are doing. It's not a personal thing. But they always want to personalize it. They want to get me angry or ridicule my acumen or make fun that I lost this or lost that. That's all distraction. I watched a video. Maybe I'll play it after the market closes. It's a short video of Israeli, and I think he's a general, and he's describing how Gaza Strip, what's going on there is awful, awful. But he's saying that's partly distraction. And then they have videos of Israeli citizens with machine guns, axes, gasoline, matches, attacking Palestinians living in their home and living on farms on the West Bank. No one sees that on the news. And they're driving families out with hatred, venom, which must be on a level that certain Germans expressed to European Jews during World War II. And make no mistake, most of the Jews in Israel are European Jews. Netanyahu's a European Jew. Doesn't come from there. But you know what? God promised it to him 3,500 years ago. It's possible, if that's what you believe. I'm not a proselytizer, but it's possible that God sent his son here with a new covenant, And his son was Jewish, but it was a new covenant based on a pretty simple thing. That we should love others as we love ourselves. In my case, that's pretty bad for others, but that we should love others as we love ourselves, that we should forgive, that we shouldn't kill, we should turn the other cheek, and that everyone is God's children, everyone. But anyway, my point is, this general's talking about that's a distraction, whilst these people destroy the cars, take the farms, take the homes on the West Bank. And they take the peacefulness of life from the Palestinians on the West Bank. So it's a distraction. And this is what I think these guys do, Drew and Rahman. They distract. They come in, they play things, they try to play on my shame for mistakes I've made and losses I've had. They try to play on anger. They try to play hurling acquisitions that are personal. But in the meantime, they keep advancing their goal, which is to make sure that NextBridge does not succeed during a period of time, so that the shorts who are trapped do not have to pay out money. My understanding is there's a bounty they're being paid if they're successful. I would argue that they have been successful. I don't know why they're still here. I think 3 years is more than enough time for the lawyers on the other side to win an argument that because of inaction, most people aren't entitled to anything more than this little chit that might give them something someday if the stock ever starts trading. If the stock ever starts trading under those auspices, it'll do no better than MULN. It'll do no better than Northwest Bio. It'll be a penny stock forever. And that's what the shorts want. And that is my understanding of the reward. That's the accomplishment that will be rewarded, as I understand it. I don't have proof, but there's no proof. Criminals don't leave proof unless you're the Department of Justice or the SEC, where you can get financial records and stock records and payoffs, and you can get into the microphones and the cameras and the other surveillance tools of the world's greatest intelligence organization nationally. So anyway, I'm going to move on. Hey, Donna, Benjamin, I think already answered that one. Take a break after today for a few. Watch a movie, sip a drink, clear your mind. Yeah, I actually have come close to stopping doing this altogether. There may come a time in the very near future where I stop doing lives and I get busy with the next phase of my life. Maybe I'll just do short videos, not live, or maybe I'll do interviews. That's what I'd like. I'd love to have a little studio and do in-person interviews more than Zoom call interviews, because I like to learn. I like to hear other people talk. Here, I'm the only one talking, and it's actually, I've heard all my thoughts before. You're receiving notifications. Oh, well, I don't know what to do about that. Maybe it means something. Immigrants, downtrodden middle class, has a man looking out for them now. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is doing that. And I really wished he had flown to Moscow. I really wish he had. The Democratic Party is owned by the globalists. Yep, I think that's right. I think that's right. I also think that the Democrats got infiltrated by Epstein, maybe P. Diddy. And I think Epstein was controlled by some part of Israel. And I think the Democratic Party is controlled by the world's greatest lobbyist group, which I think is Israel, AIPAC. And then it's the banks. I think the banks control the Democratic Party, and then you've got the labor unions, and they do it all under this anger about racism and white supremacy and the patriarchy. And I don't know how white women jumped the line on suffering and victimhood compared to what happened to the slaves and in our country. I don't know how white women jumped to the head of the line, but they did. Anyway, without going into it all, I think the Democratic Party is bought and paid for. Unfortunately, I feel that way about many members of the Republican Party too. And that's the genius or the grace of Donald Trump. My father hated Donald Trump until the end of his days. And it actually kind of separated us. I didn't want it to. But my dad was also all of his life a champion for blue collar, working class. I was with my dad in foreign countries, in this country, in meeting with powerful people and just normal parties. And my father always gave as much time or more time to the person working in the kitchen as the ambassador sitting out in the living room. And one of my dad's proudest moments when he was a boy, he was walking the fields in upstate New York. I'm trying to remember which city. It would have been probably Buffalo, but it might have been Adams. I don't know. I never quite got the timeline of where they lived, but he was walking through a field with a friend, and this big convertible car was driving down the dirt road, and it was Franklin Delano Roosevelt sitting there. And Dad was always a Democrat, but I still am. But Donald Trump and Robert F. Kennedy, they stand for what the Democratic Party used to stand for. I asked my dad once, when he got so angry at the table, and I, took it and tried. I didn't try to argue because I really, it's not worth arguing about. But I did finally ask him, when did the Democratic Party become the party of war? And I didn't say endless wars. I didn't say all that. And he looked at me and he nodded, because Dad was always, he always was willing to listen to the argument. See, now I lost. By going over to show you that chart, that's the last. I lost all those other comments. Sorry. So let me go to the bottom. I lost any questions prior to that one. Sorry, I can't see them. So Fngr is 427, 427, 429. So my original instinct might prove correct that they're going to pin it at $4. But when I said that, I thought they had a choice between 4 and 5, and I chose 4. I didn't know they also had a choice at 450. Now that the stock is here, I think they're going to pin it at 4, unfortunately. Yeah, I took those pictures. I didn't really look at them. I just sent them on. Let me see if they're still here. My eyesight's not very good, Barbara. It drives me crazy. I'm trying to see if there's... I have to tell you, Barbara, I wasn't a big fan of targeting Donald Trump. I don't think it makes the most sense. Oh, here's one I wanted to show you. Here's the one person that I saw enter the SEC. Happens to be a woman. For the whole time I was there, she pulls up in a, might be an Uber, but it might also be a driver. One person. Kit Kitteridge, Kit Carew. Those who failed to act and transfer slowed down the process. Believe the process is just delayed, Sir William. For how long? It takes a real leader to address it. Yeah, I agree. I was standing there. I was going to do a video while I was there in front of the SEC with the truck behind me. But I really decided, I put the jacket on. I had the flag in my lapel. I brought my stand. But I'm just a dissenting point of view. I didn't like every single picture was attacking Trump. I didn't see how my video with a truck in the background attacking Trump would have any legs. So I didn't do one. I may go down next week and try to do one in the morning all by my lonesome and see what happens. But I think, Kit, to me, what's been going on, we call it counterfeiting, and it's been destructive as hell. Very painful to people. And frankly, to me, but some, like that story that happened to me that everyone asked me, so I finally told it, and then these guys come in to make fun and they say I was on margin. I wasn't on margin. But you know what? It could have worked out. For some reason, it could have worked out. Very low odds. But so I don't want to complain. Wall Street is a painful place if you lose money, but you have to, if you're going to recover, you have to take your loss and not think about it anymore, which is weird. I'm pretty good at that as it comes to trading. I've had a miserable time of it when it comes to, a love or a house or a dog. Best dog in the world. Best dog in the world. But anyway, I think what's been going on is a policy choice. Kit, I'd like to talk to 100% or 100 miles per hour. I don't know what his logo means. But I think on the one hand that Wall Street does have this right that I've been talking about for a long time to turn our security system into a fractional reserve vault system or security system itself. The problem is securities are not fungible the way cash is. And there is no central bank. Well, I guess there's the DTCC and there's Goldman Sachs and Stevie Cohen. But when they lend certificates out into, for example, if I took over, well, I don't want to pull it out, but there's a pithy book there that I bought on taking over public companies. It was written before Bill Clinton was in, well, it was published right as Bill Clinton came into office. So it was before the change in the UCC laws. How do you get the vote How could Greenmail work today? How would Mike Milken take over a company? How would that oil man T-Boo Pickens take over Mesa Petroleum today? You'd hold a vote, and the criminals could come in with 60% of the vote, and it's all controlled by the banksters. But you could have all the shares in physical form. You could have 70% of the shares in physical form, and they'd still come in with a vote. I don't know. Wall Street is really not fair. And so I think there's a policy issue. You've got to unwind Bill Clinton. You've got to unwind the idea that Wall Street can regulate itself, Bill Clinton. And I actually think you've got to set up a Department of U.S. Securities. Put a secretary on it, have her sit at the cabinet level, make a rule that it's a career. You can't rotate in and out and go to Wall Street or the law firms until you retire. But I'm talking retire at 70 or 65. And I think the Fngr should be abolished. And I think the SEC, as it stands, probably should be abolished and the new organization set up, or you fire everyone at the top and bring the personnel in. And I think the over-the-counter markets should be nationalized. And I think NASDAQ should be unbundled. I don't think a German company should own the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange. I think all those exchanges should not be public property. I don't think it should be for profit. They had their chance, and I would put them in a government oversight and make it like, I know we all hate the DMV. I know we all hate government organizations, but make it like, have it run like the Navy, have it run like the Army, have it run like the diplomatic corps. And profit would have to be made trading on a fair playing field. That's what I think. That's policy. I don't think that'll ever happen, Kit. So my focus would be just on the over-the-counter market. And I think companies would flee Adina Friedman's joke of an exchange and come to the over-the-counter markets if they were set up under the auspices of the I don't know, the commandant of West Point. I don't know, some organization that gives trust. And I think that could be the economic engine of a revitalized United States economic powerhouse. That would be a miracle. Anyway, so that's a policy decision, and I think Trump needs to come up with that, or somebody does. But on an operational level, the other side, there's no question these people violate racketeering laws, wire fraud, securities fraud, tax evasion, a whole litany of securities laws, income tax laws, I think it borders on what's the word for when you do treason? It borders on treason. It might be outright treason. And I think that should be attacked and redoubled. But I don't think it'll be done by the SEC or FINRA or the exchanges or Ann Wagner. They're all bought and paid for. And this is the legacy of the Clintons, I'm sad to say. Hillary Clinton, I would give her a lot of the blame. This idea of power above all things and all her Saul Alinsky crap. I can't wait till she's no longer running for president. Houston Wade's point last night that Anson Funds and SIFU have just purchased 1 million shares of Fngr, and that we have to be on the lookout for huge put positions. Let's look at the price, Mike Mitchell. I didn't see that point, and I'm not saying it wasn't an important point. I just don't remember it. Last trade 429, 428 to 429, 1.19 million. Mitchell, I happen to agree with you. In the last Fngr deal, the Toad took, I think, 80 or 85% of the deal. So you're totally correct to look out for the Anson funds. You're totally correct. I don't know about SIFU. Why would they purchase 1 million shares? They have the puts. I mean, I'll quickly say it. I don't want to focus on it, but I think if the Anson funds are going to exercise their warrants, they may be saying to Roth Capital, fine, we'll do that, but we want you to do a placement with Fngr with us for, I don't know, I'm going to make it up, 10 million shares at $3.25. Now everyone's going to say, oh, he's with the shorts, he's negative. I'm not saying that. Like you, I'm pointing out that it's something we should be aware of as a possibility. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because everyone will say I'm somehow a fudster, yet tomorrow they'll say I'm a pumper. I don't know. But I think there's a real chance that Anson Funds is going to come via Roth Capital to Fngr Motion and say, hey. But on the other hand, we're hearing this rumor, which I'm not going to repeat, which would mean that totally is not going to happen. So we'll have to watch it. But I think you're right. We have to be on the lookout. That's what I think. And just to be clear, if the company were to do something like that, and the C2 contract is as advertised, I think it would be a positive thing. I think it could be the last piece of making this a powerful company over the next 9 months to 2 years, 24 months. So anyway, not trying to be negative on it at all. Thank you, John Wick. Thank you. I have to stop beating my desk while you've got Ham on the speaker. All right. I didn't know I was doing it. I've put a towel here to try to stop that sound. Maybe what I have to do is get a bigger, I don't know, leather would still make noise, but maybe I need to get a bigger pillow or something. Uh, I need a producer, really, Dave. I really need a producer. Oh, did I get a Venmo? Let me look. I don't know. Let me look. Let me look. Lucky boy. I miss Lucky Boy. He was the best boy ever. He never told me that I was an anti-Semite. Yeah, I think I did, Candy. Let me see. How do I find activity? Oh, here, transactions. No. Wallet. Home. You are, I can't say your first name, can I, Candy? But I see that Gronk sent me something. So did a couple of other people. I didn't see this till just now. 4 people sent me directly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll say Ryan did, Maureen did, Brandon did, and Mitch did. Thank you very much. I didn't get the final amount that came in here because I signed off, but the truck, I don't know what the total was, but I organized it with him. We talked about it this morning. So thank you very much. I think Gronk is the best dog in the world. And I bet if Lucky met Gronk, they'd either be quiet friends or maybe it wouldn't work out, but it probably would work out. Oh, Gronk. Gronk. Just to clarify, the news of G-Bucks indicates the deal fell apart. No, I don't think it does that. But it might change the terms of the deal, which may or may not be bad. All I'm worried about, PJ, is that the warrant that gives a dividend, 1 share for every 10 shares you have, that's 10% of the outstanding shares. If you're a guy and you're putting up 200 million to buy 30% of the company, why wouldn't you get that deal done before the record date on that dividend? I don't know. It's just a question. It's not saying it won't happen. It's just a question that I have. Now, one obvious thing, they can change the record date. They can always change the record date. So we just have to wait for the news. I mean, I don't have access to management there at all. So we just have to wait for the news. No, I'm not saying that. It's just something that makes me concerned. Bought some Silver Corp. Good for you, SVM. Let me write that one down. Everything I do makes noise. Not to take away from Fngr or G-Bucks. If Fngr wipes out Lynn, what other stocks? Yeah. I got lost talking about silver, but I think it might not excite you, but I think Railtown has 10x in it all day long once it starts trading. I don't know that it has a short squeeze in it, but 10x is a nice number. Nixie, I think, has 3x in it and could, because of recruiter.com, if you look at the chart, recruiter.com obviously had a lot of short selling. It could have some sort of squeeze. I would guess that the place we're going to hear about stocks that trade in a squeeze would probably be ham. But we'll just have to play it by ear. Somebody said they bought silver, and I don't see that anymore. So whoever it was that bought silver, it's gone. That message is gone, but I congratulate you. I think you bought a monster box. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, Lucky died. Lucky died. I think Lucky died January 18th. January 18th, Lucky died. And I think, to my memory, it was about 5:15 a.m. in the morning. And I think he wanted to go. We had a good walk that day. But I came back, I think I was at dinner with my sister. Anyway, I came back Friday night, not too late, probably 10:30. And he started, he lay down on the floor and he started, at first it was kind of just laying there. And I don't remember what time he got going, but what he started doing at some point is running. And he was running like he was at the park, but he's laying on his side. So he was running with all the energy he had, breathing. He was trying to go as fast as he could go. And I tried to hold him. I tried to calm him. It was, by that time, maybe 2 a.m. on Saturday morning. There was nobody to call. There was no drug. He wouldn't have taken a drug anyway. And but he kept running and running, and I watched him. I put a pillow down and I just lay on the floor next to him, but he didn't care. He didn't care that I was there. He just kept running, and to me, it seemed like he was in a park, and it seemed like he was seeing something I couldn't see, and he wanted to be with these other dogs. And at least that's what it seemed like to me. And he was just running to get there or to be with them. Or he was doing what he always did, which was to run when he got into dog parks and there was some tension or whatever. he would turn around. He was great. He would turn around and smile at the dog that wanted to attack, and he would just give a little wiggle of his hind parts. He would turn around and smile, and he would take off, and he would start running, and the whole park, all the dogs would be running behind him, and he'd have every dog in the scrum, and he didn't fight. What he would do was turn it into a playtime, I guess, where they are all running. And man, I always loved him for that, because he would turn a confrontation. He wouldn't back down from confrontations if they were happening, but in general, all the time, he would turn a confrontation into, let's have some fun, let's run, catch me if you can. And no dog could catch him. There was a whippet who was pretty darn fast, and there were a couple greyhounds older, but he was always the fastest, and he loved it. Man, did he love it. And it brought him a lot of joy. So I think that's what he was doing that last night. And I stood there, I lay down next to him, I stood up for hours, and I got so dead tired that I said, you know, he doesn't even know I'm standing here anyway. Let me just take a quick nap. You know, just give me 15 minutes so I can get up, and then I'll still. But anyway, as I walked over to just take a quick nap, I looked over at him, and he was running, and then he let out this big sigh, and I swear he had a bit of a smile on his face. My eyesight wasn't great, but I think he had a smile, and I think he had accomplished what he wanted to do, and I think he let go. I think he was happy. I think he was content, and he made it. And I think he's up there with those dogs. I don't know. And then I had to try to sleep, and I couldn't sleep. And I tried to tell myself he didn't die, that he's just ran out of energy. But he died. He died. And I had to, I put him out. It had snowed. So I put him out on the deck in a big, heavy garbage bag, because the vet couldn't take him until Monday or Tuesday. I think it was Monday. But I didn't put him out at night because there's a rat problem in DC. But I put him out during the day. So his body wouldn't. Anyway, I have him in a box over there. He's in a box. And I think he's brought other dogs to me at various times over the last, however months that is. But I've been out, and all of a sudden a dog will come up to me, or a dog will give me the eye and be happy to see me. And I like to think that that's Lucky making sure that other dogs give me a little bit of joy. But I miss him very much. I miss Lucky terribly, actually. I miss him a lot. He was probably the greatest gift I ever got in my life. So anyway, that's Lucky. I'm feeling it a little bit myself, Ryan. I'm feeling it myself. He was a great guy. Oh yeah, he was something. He was something. You should have seen Korean, the joy he had when he ran. Just sheer joy. There's so much we can learn from dogs. There's just so much we can learn from dogs. All right, let's see where the stock is trading. $409. $409. $412. $411. So they are going to pin it at 4. Now, what they could do, and you guys should be on a watch for this, this is what they did to me. If it closes at 401 or 402 cents, not time, cents, $4.02. What'll happen is system-wide, a lot of people will get exercised and they won't have enough money for the entire exercise. So Monday morning or Monday midday, there'll be a sell-off. That might be a chance, that might give you a chance to buy the stock Monday morning, Monday midday. Going back to Michael's question, who was it that asked to be on the lookout? Going back to being on the lookout, I would also be on the lookout that the company just watched its stock go to $5, and then they might see it Monday morning at, I don't know, 380. It might it might cause them to make some decisions that they might not have otherwise made. Yeah, our pets worry. I wish I had provided more happiness for him at the end. But I tried my best. Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Blessed. Thank you, Blessed, Sony. Angel Choppa. That's how I experienced it, and that's how I saw it. And yeah, everything passes on this planet. Everything is temporary. Yeah, he was a great gift to me, and he came from God, no question. No, it wasn't easy. I probably shouldn't have talked about that because it's got me a little bit. It's got me a little bit quivering, but I'll be under control here. I'll be under control. Just talk about something else. Get rid of the gamma squeeze. Sold my January 26 calls for 85 cents and rebought them for 50. See, that's the one thing that as I look back to how I traded GTII, Fngr, CRTD, I regret that I wasn't more aggressive in just trading it. But you can't go back and change it. BAM said they want under 390. Well, I don't know who BAM is, and I don't know what charts he has, but I will say that I told you guys, now, I didn't know they had the 450 calls, but I did alert you that I thought they would pin it at $4. I'm not giving myself 100% credit, because once I saw the 450, I said, oh, they could do it there too. But prior to knowing about that, I said, and the stock was what, 470? I said they could pin it at 4. But I'm confusing, maybe because I talked to some people offline, so I might be confusing my conversations. But anyway, good for BAM. I think that's when you find somebody who can make good predictions, listen to them. 409, and the low was 405. Thank you, Stoney. He was a bestest boy. I'm sorry you lost a dog. I'm sorry. You know that, I'm not going to bring her up, Gnome, but I'm sorry you lost a dog. People keep saying I should get another one, but I can't imagine. So I'll wait till life is a little different. I wonder though if I can get the same kind of dog, because I won't have the same energy or strength that I had when I first got lucky. Anyway, we'll see. Let's not think about it now. It looks like I'm right. It's at $4. David says the attack, but I scooped it up. Yeah, that's good. See, I don't know what a ladder attack is. I have absolutely no idea what a ladder attack is. The term ladder, when I was, in the street, on the street, shuffling to the beat, and people was asking me, what's the matter with you, boy? I know some Puerto Rican girls that just dying to meet you. Laddering was what we did with bonds. I don't know what laddering means I have no idea. But 403 to 404. So crypto, maybe BAM is right, but I'm going to predict they close it at like 401, 402. They're going to leave enough there so that the brokerage firms automatically exercise calls, so that Monday morning, BAM's prediction will come true, where the stock will trade down maybe, I don't know, what did you say, 398? 390, maybe lower. What'd you say? They wanted under 390. Okay, yeah. I would bet that today they close it with a penny or two, so there's some exercising. So on Monday, the brokerage firms automatically sell people out, and the stock goes lower. They'll be selling too, and I bet you're right. I bet crypto, but I also bet BAM is correct. You don't say his time frame. They want it under 390, but I think watch Monday 10:30, 11 o'clock. I think I think BAM could be correct. All right, there's 4 o'clock, $4. Sorry. 399. So maybe BAM is correct now. 398. Bastards. 392. Bastards. And now the algorithms are turned on, crypto. Now they're spoofing trading back and forth. Why the hell does over-the-counter stock markets need high-frequency trading? That's a policy choice. Why do over-the-counter markets need high-frequency trading? 394 to 4, 396 to 4. Look at that, crypto. BAM was right. I don't know what his call means, but it got to 388. Damn it. So destructive. So destructive. Ryan, it's very kind of you. And I'm sorry I got off in a maudlin tale. Fngr is not OTC. Well, you're right, but Pete, back when I was active, NASDAQ was the premier over-the-counter exchange. So you're right. I slip into my old understandings. You're right. I still think of NASDAQ as over-the-counter. But even over-the-counter is not over-the-counter anymore. Everything's by computer. Everything's by computer. 377, 379. You were right, crypto. 380. Ladder after is a step in price with the algorithm. It's with the algorithm. So that goes along with the expression that I've read to you. I forget which article I read to you, but it said the short sellers take the elevator up and then they take the stairs down. That's because they want to try to get as much at each step as they can. So maybe that's similar to the ladder idea in the algorithm. But thank you for telling me. BAM was right. 383. 383.5. 382. BAM was right. That's pretty impressive. Whoever put that up, crypto, I'm always impressed when somebody can make a prediction based on what they see. They don't always have to be correct in their call, but to see it work like this, that would put him on my map of somebody that I would follow, at least as long as he's riding a hot hand. So that's pretty impressive on BAM's part. 355, 379 to 382. Oh gosh, down 73 cents. The volume is suddenly pretty high. It's 1.81 million shares, 1.81 million shares, 1.85. We've got 5 minutes to go. 382 to 384. And notice the shills aren't here today. They don't have to be. They're not afraid. 382 to 383. 382 to 383. 382.5. 382.99. Are you out of your mind? 380 by 381. 4 by 7. But it's like machine gun. It's rapid fire. The volume is going up. It's 1.86 million, 380 to 381, 3 by 10, 380 to 381. Bastards, 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 bastards. I was watching this author, and his name is Fngr. Very, very smart man. I watched him for about an hour last night. He happens to be Jewish, and he's from New Jersey. And all of his life, he was pro-Israel, pro-kill the Palestinians. But he was explaining why. He was explaining why he grew and he changed. But one of the things he pointed out was when he was growing up, he noticed that Jews, or at least the Jews he lived around, didn't slur when they spoke. They didn't cause a slur on somebody else, which is pretty darn impressive. And he said, I always thought that's why we were special. And I think that is a good thing, that they never, I don't know how to use that word, they never committed a slur against others. I think it's pretty impressive. He also pointed out that it's a fearless faith or people. They are always willing to seek the truth. And that's been my experience. 380 to 381, 1.89. 380 to 381, 1.89. 380.93, 380.00. Darn it. 379 to 381. I wonder how it's going to trade in the aftermarket. So let me think how this print, what's this print going to do to, they're going to take all the premium out of the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, and the 8s. But will they exercise the $3.50 calls? Maybe that's where can they get it down to $3.50 right now? No. 381, 384, 389, 389.4. So they're trying to, some people's trying to close it at 4. I wonder if it'll close at 401. 389 to 4, 392 to 397. Last trade 4, 393, 397 to 4. 397.4. The volume is 1.93 million. Still 359 in terms of timing. 399 to 4. 401, 390, 391. We're still got seconds to go. 391, 395. Last trade 395. 4 o'clock. They close it at 404. And the spread is 389 to 427. 389 to 427. So they brought it down to clean out all the premium, and they close it at 404. And now it's trading at 424. Do you think that's manipulation? So here's what to watch for in your accounts tomorrow if you own these calls. They may exercise those calls, your $4 calls, which you couldn't have sold anyway. And tomorrow you'll find in your account 10,000 shares of Fngr. And you call up, you say, wait a minute, you exercised them? Well, sir, they closed 2 pennies in the money, and we didn't know. You didn't tell us what you wanted us to do. It's on you. It is? Why would you exercise these for 2 cents? Well, in this case, 4 cents. But they're going to do that. And so around the system, Monday morning, there's going to be people that have big blocks of stock that they have to sell Monday morning, or they have to bring in new money. And the margin clerks will, of course, with us, they'll be instant. With the criminals, they do jack shit. And this is the level playing field of Gary Gensler. But anyway, watch out Monday. I wouldn't be surprised. What was the low today? 377. I wouldn't be surprised if you put in an order to buy the stock on Monday morning. You might be able to buy it at 350 or even 345. I don't get all worried that I'm saying something negative. They're manipulating it. And there's going to be artificial selling, but there's also going to be real selling Monday morning because some people are going to have been exercised and they can't afford it. And that the criminals will try to suppress the price so the margin clerk can't do a calculation saying that there's enough margin in the account and they'll liquidate it. So look out. Monday might be a chance to pick up stock inexpensively, or at least cheaper than where it is now. I don't know if I don't want to comment whether it's inexpensive or not. Although I would argue that it probably is. But that's a decision you have to make. The market cap is now, well, I don't know what it is. It says 170 million here, but it might be lower. Isn't that unbelievable what you just witnessed? Just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. And Bill Clinton thinks the brokerage firms can regulate themselves. Unbelievable. How does a CEO raise money and make plans to grow? How do investors invest when this shit goes on? And by the way, someone pointed out to me, Pete did, that it's not over the counter. It's Adina Friedman. Where the hell is Adina Friedman? Well, we're making sure that women are represented on the boards of all the companies on NASDAQ. The future is going to be women on the boards. Women, women, women. The world is going to be better when women are in charge. Where's the evidence? I was listening to a young woman telling her interviewer the other day that when women are in charge, there's less war. Where's the evidence of that? Hillary Clinton? We came, we saw, he died. If a whale wanted to blow up the options, how many shares? I don't think a whale could do it, Pete. I think what a whale would have to do is go down to some offshore facility, I don't know, Panama, in the Caribbean, maybe in Germany, and they'd have to pay off Diamond Research, or they'd have to pay off Crappy Barra, or they'd have to pay off a short fund. And then they'd have to get into the trading desks that are nefarious. And I think they'd have to put up money. So if a whale had, I don't know, $1 million, 2 million, 3 million, they could go buy a trading desk and get the machines working the algorithms to the upside. I don't know if it ever catches. I don't know if it really works. But they have to fight fire with fire. Because the sellers, I don't agree with him, but he might be right. I don't think the sellers are just guys sitting there hitting the sell button. Although the picture of the Kramer's, Charlie Mayo's bucket shop might imply differently. I think it's algorithmic trading by the south side computers, and that's why I don't think a whale can fight it. If the whale's just coming from one location, I think they can overwhelm that whale, I think. Isn't that unbelievable? They closed it at 404. Only if those million shares waited to this time of day. Yeah. These guys can do whatever they want. Yeah, I think that's the lesson. They're protected by the attorneys, who are the same attorneys that argue. It's the same law firms that the SEC chicks and guys spin out of and get a job at that law firm. And then it's the same law firm that protects the Kramers, represents the SEC. It's incestuous. And Ann Wagner's part of it. And I only pick on her because she's the chairman of the Oversight Committee, the Financial Services Committee. They're all in on it. They're all in on it. If Alibaba comes out, I don't want to talk about that rumor. I don't want to express that rumor. But if it's true, I think the only way that this company would come in at the price that was suggested is if there's other news that we don't know about. Or is the guy that runs Alibaba Ma? Maybe Xi told Ma. I don't know. There's something doesn't make sense about that rumor to me. But I don't want to repeat it because I don't, frankly, want to be supporting it or not supporting it. I just want to have no opinion on it. Now you see who put out the glorious and fake articles. Got tons of people buying calls and then just there you go, BW. There you go. And this is a lesson to learn for us next time. And look, it's not about me and that I'm somehow some great bloody genius. But I was telling people, why don't you sell the calls? Why not sell calls? Why not get out of your calls? But the risk is on Monday or Tuesday, if you got out, you'd miss out on the squeeze. Well, and that is the risk. But I just said the premium's going to disappear. And it didn't. Wednesday was stronger than I thought it would be, because I think it was it was Tuesday night that it went to almost 6. Was it Tuesday night or Wednesday night? Anyway, Wednesday was stronger than I thought it would be. But Thursday and today, they took all the premium. And that's something we have to put in our memories. Options are wasting assets. Calls, the bid goes away. So you've got to balance the need to just take that profit, get your money out, against your desire to participate in the rocket ship if it ever comes. And as I've been describing for, I think, 3 weeks, as I look back over my trading in these stocks, I punished myself, not intentionally, of course, But I believed that the buy-ins were coming, that the squeezes were coming. Now, Cindy Lou Who gets mad at me that I assign what happened to three men, but that's what happened. I'm not saying that they are per se the actors, but she gets caught up in the emotions of it because Lou is dead. And maybe sometimes I get anger because I don't know why people can be so stupid to not see what's going on. But who was behind it really wasn't Lou or Frank or Gus Fliakos. Those are maybe the beneficiaries, and maybe those were the tips of the sword. But who was holding the sword were the men behind backing the Kramers, funding the Kramers, backing Alpine. It's probably Anson Funds. It might be Stevie. I don't know who it is. But the big players were protecting I think at the time was $1 billion loss. Well, I didn't have that full understanding at that time. I thought that the market was still the way it used to be. And I think you can't prove it, but I think there's no doubt that GTII and Fngr were in the middle of a squeeze, but they got popped. And unfortunately, it pisses Cindy Lou Who off. But my message isn't to blame Lou, but to point out what happened. And I actually think if Lou were here, he'd talk to me and consider it. He might even remember. I think the lesson here is to remember that call premiums disappear. One lesson, BW, when we were looking at the calls on, I think it was on Wednesday, it might have been Thursday, the June calls didn't seem to have as much premium as the May calls. I would call that, I think I'm correct, I would call that backwardization, I think. Contango, I think, is a normal slope, but I'm sure you guys will correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was a signal that the premiums were out of whack in May and they could do what they did today. Anyway, it's a lesson learned. We can use it to our advantage in the future. And I congratulate everybody that made money on these trades. I'm impressed with BAM's call. Fngr is around 383. Hey, Zizu. Insiders exercising warrants. No, I don't think anybody would be motivated to exercise the warrants unless it's part of a schemer with derivatives and it's an at-the-market hedge. But no, there's no incentive for insiders to exercise warrants. Warrants are nothing more than a call option, and it's a bad financial decision, I think, to exercise them. There's some narrow situations where it might make sense, but it's much cheaper just to sell them. Now, your point might be that the warrants don't trade in the market, so if they exercise it, it would give them a chance to sell the shares. I don't think if the warrants don't trade. I don't think you can exercise the warrants instantaneously. I don't know in this case, but in the past, over the years, it usually, my experience, personal experience, it takes calling in, getting a document faxed to you. Now they'd probably email it to you, getting a signature, going. I don't think they can do it instantaneously. So, no, I don't really think it's that they're exercising warrants. Now, you bring up something that I've been thinking about. I think the toad may have all sorts of derivatives or whatever you want to call it, synthetic shares surrounding the at-the-money offering that Roth Capital did down $1.30 from the high at the money. And there might be some sort of reason that they would exercise. I can't think of one there either. I believe HHH, Hubert H. Humphrey, that the Horatio Humphrey, that the warrants are a backstop to a short selling strategy that's probably backed by derivatives somewhere. And so I'd be surprised that the warrants got exercised. Now, rumors are they were exercised. Personally, I'm skeptical that Anson funds would exercise their warrants because I think it's a backbone of their scheme. I would go so far as to say if Anson funds were to exercise their warrants, it might be part of a negotiation with Roth and Fngr to do a financing. But everyone tells me they're not doing a raise, so I don't know. There is Jewish and Hebrews. I have to look that up. I know there's all different kinds of Jews, just like there's all different kinds of everybody on the planet. But let me ask you this, damn Yankee. If you're a Hebrew, are you Jewish? But if you're Jewish, you might not be a Hebrew? I don't know. I have to look that up. Very interesting. That's something to study. I will. I'll try to get it. Can't beat them until major deal with Baba. BAM predicted a drop to 370 today. Well, he was wrong. It just went to 377. That's a pretty good call. It's a pretty good call. I have to give him credit. 500,000 shares just came out of nowhere. Literally, they didn't exist. This ticker was a sinkhole and sucked in all the premiums like a Hoover. Nobody noticed that 1,000 of the $3 puts showed up. I've got to get a better service, BW. I didn't notice that. I agree with you. The puts would be used to create, I think they'd be used to create synthetic shares to offset I don't know. I can't come up with a scenario. Doesn't matter if they close at 401. I think they'll sell it down. I think you got to be aware of it. So, Radon, how can you take advantage of it? If you want to buy more shares of Fngr, put some orders in before the market opens, or do it this weekend to buy. Let me look at a chart. Not that charts matter, I guess. But you might be able to buy shares on Monday at the nice price. I think Fngr, when it trades down Monday, I bet it's up by Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know how much. I'm not saying enormous, but wow. All right. I bet if you put an order in to buy at 360 Monday, you'll get filled. I bet you could put an order in at I can't quite tell what this number is. 355, you might get filled to buy. Maybe even 350. A terrible number here. You're not going to want to hear this number, but you might be able to buy stock on Monday at 320. I don't like the other numbers I'm seeing. But if you really want to be daring, you could even go below that. But if you're looking to buy shares of Fngr, putting an order out there to buy at 320 or 340 or 355 or 360. And by the way, I hate what I see here, but it could go under 3 too. But I'm not going to focus on that. But anyway, that would be a spike down. That would be, why would that happen? The criminals sell it down, and then margin sells out retail. Margin doesn't buy in the criminals, but margin will sell out retail. And in that moment, in that half an hour, the stock could drop. And it could stay down for the afternoon and maybe tomorrow. But I think the tendency will be for it to drift back upward by Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. And I don't want to bring up my chart over here because I'll lose a lot of the comments. Oh, I might have it here on my phone. But the one where I drew the green line, resistance line. Do I have that here? I might not have it. Darn it. I got to put my glasses on. Yeah, there. It might be there. Yeah, there it is. I think, not that it helps, but I think 4 is a pretty good support level. Doesn't mean we won't go below it, but it's something that the stock could bounce back above and then stabilize around. Just looking at the chart doesn't mean I'm right. But I also think 5 has that characteristic. I think $5 has that characteristic. I'm not saying it'll go to 5 right away, but I think $5 represents, actually, as the resistance, as time goes by, it'll be a lower number than 5, that resistance line. But anyway, if you want to buy more shares, pick your number, pick the nice price, and put an order in this weekend to buy shares under the market. And you might get them off during the day, Monday, probably 10:30, 11, 12, whenever the margin clerk starts selling the poor suckers out. What the F did I just watch happen? You just watched an Italian job with I forget the actors and actresses. You just watched the steal, the heist. You watched the biggest heist of the day. Hose. Fours are in the money. Yeah, watch out for that. Hey, Rick, how are you? Now they will let the buy orders through. Yeah. I've never had calls exercised on the American exchanges. They just go away. I hesitate, Bill, because it used to be so much different when I, managed accounts and all that. But I had it happen to me last year and it wiped me out, and they did exercise. So my personal experience is they do exercise. But it might just be that was Morgan Stanley and it's not other accounts. Shorts are on their last breath. So many manipulated. Yeah, Northwest Bio, I still think if you want to buy that, I don't think it's a good trade. But if you just want to buy shares and put it in the top drawer, if they ever get the approval process done, I think other drug companies will come in and buy Northwest Bio, and they won't look at the share price. They'll do a study of the treatment and the therapy. How valuable is it? And all you need is two drug companies wanting to buy it, and you might get a buyout of Northwest Bio, I don't know, $50. I'm making it up. So that's the only way I would play or invest in Northwest Bio. GME and AMC, I would sell. I can't give financial advice, but GME to me has at least $20 per share of premium in it. You could call it theta, or you could call it whatever C stands for Cohen, but they have Cohen premium in GME, and they have this premium that you think there's going to be a short squeeze. I just don't see it. I think they have it under control. I could be wrong. But anyway, I think GME, true value GME is probably closer to $4 or $5 a share. There's no reason on earth that it should be trading at $27. That's my opinion. AMC, I don't know much about, but I bet it's a similar story. I think their theater idea is disastrous. I mean, look at Snow White. Look at all the movies that come out. They're all AI. They're boring to watch. Every action movie you watch, a woman who weighs 130 pounds tears down men like Roger Moore. And it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I think the movie business ain't such a great business right now. But I don't know. If you want to own those, do it. I don't see why. I don't know NVNI. I really don't. VFF. There used to be a savings and loan with a similar symbol, but I don't really know what VFF is. So we're going to have delta hedging and beta uh, uh, tracking, gamma squeezing, theta declining calls. It's all crap. I don't, those words, if you're on a desk and you're talking to people all the time, maybe it's a shorthand, but it's just they're using terminology to make you think they're smart. I don't know how they would hedge the $4 calls. I really don't. And now I don't think it matters. As the other gentleman pointed out, all the premium is gone. When that, when there's premium in the calls, that in normal situation can cause trading professionals to come by a rate of return. Sometimes they buy puts with it. They call it marrying puts. I don't know. There's always terms. But that creates demand for buying the stock. I think that's all gone now. All that premium is gone. So it's a negative. Well, the options and the stop losses were, you're right. There might have been stop losses down there. Good point. If the Alibaba story came out tonight, that's a good point. They quickly took everybody out. That's a good point, David. That's a good point. I hope it doesn't happen that way. I've seen this game play out over and over with options. Colby says they are fun to play and can earn big gains, but you're playing against the house. Yeah, I agree with that. Not only buying shares, but if you own the shares, just imagine, Colby, if you own 5,000 shares of Fngr from, let's say, $1.25, and the stock went to whatever it went to, $5.19 during the day. Imagine selling the $6 calls at 45 cents, 50 of them. I think that would bring in like 20 grand. No, not 20 grand. It would bring in 2 grand, $2,200. And now they expired. So just within a few days, you just took 2 grand out of the market for free. The risk is, of course, the risk is the reason the premium's up there is everyone's expecting a squeeze. So that's the trade-off. It's tough. It's so tough. All that fine print says they can do it. Yeah, I agree. It's when you sign everything, it's in the fine print. This thing that Anna put out from some ruling, I'm confused by it because I got a screenshot and I couldn't click on it, so I couldn't read it. They're just slowly claiming the West Bank. I wish I could think of another analogy, but it just incrementally making it worse, protecting themselves and screwing us. Hypothetically, if Baba confirmed, what would happen to Fngr? I don't want to talk about the rumor because then I give it credence. I think you know what the rumor is. Pharaoh, to me, for that rumor to come out the way it was expressed, it means there must be a big deal. My favorite deal would be a joint venture with SAIC. And so if they have organized a joint venture, what are they going to need? Capital. And then it would make sense that the pricing would be at that level. If that all happened, if there were this big surprise that we don't know about, like a JV, and simultaneously, whether or not it's Alibaba, somebody came in with a powerful plain vanilla financing. If, I think the stock, and look, we don't know the size of this C2 contract. That's why I want to wait for the annual report. But if it's something that needs to be built out over 5 or 7 years, and it's the whole country, and they have it exclusively, it's so hard to guess. Would it mean 100 million in revenues a year? I'm guessing. I don't know what it would. And would it mean that their profits would be 30 or 40 million a year? The multiple wouldn't be there. A high multiple, like a technology company multiple. But you might get a 7 multiple times 40. I don't know, how many shares are there? How many shares are there? But I think there'll be more shares, obviously, 10% more shares. So it's possible that deal will be worth Fngr being sitting around $5 or $6 a share. That doesn't sound that exciting. But remember, I'm making up all the numbers. If the numbers are much bigger and other things happen, and Fngr Motion becomes a independent company in terms of financing, maybe it could go to $10 or $12. You're talking about where would it settle down? Maybe. I don't know. We don't have enough information, so it's really not fair to speculate. If they have the money to afford exercising, if not, they'll have to sell. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think you understand it, BW. And I think there's lessons here we can use in future trading. How can we play options safely in this corrupt market? I'm just buying and holding for now. Well, when you're in an option that's up, you can sell calls against your position. You can just get out. I think options can be, unless you have computers, and remember, these guys have computers. They have formulae. They can lay off their bets. Yeah, it's hard for us to do that. Options are a little bit like playing roulette. I've been in London casinos where a Saudi prince will take the whole section and it's blocked. You can watch, but you can't go down in there. And just the amounts of money and chips and all that. But just by overwhelming the table with a lot of money doesn't mean they're going to walk out winning. And so I think roulette, if you have a winning bet, the best thing is just to pick it up and walk away. And that's sort of how I see call options. There's all sorts of strategies with calls. A lot of trading with calls, you have to punish yourself, but not by holding and it goes to zero. You have to almost be like the Clint Eastwood movie, nag, nag, nag. You have to be your wife. You have to be, if it was your mother or your father or the principal or the coach, you have to be that person that just is a pain in the butt in your life in terms of making you do things you don't want to do. And the one thing is when you buy it, for example, with Fngr, I didn't have the money. And I wish I had, but when it was around $1.04, $1.10, $1.15, I would have bought calls. But I was talking that you could double, triple, quadruple your money in the stock. But the calls you do much better. But I think probably by the time the stock was 350, I would have just sold my calls and say, hey, that was a good trade. I would have missed out on the 5 and the 6. I would have missed out on the squeeze. But calls are radioactive in terms of, that's the wrong word. They're a hot potato. They're a hot potato. You don't want to hold on too long. You'll get burned. And when the premium is there, you got to take it, even if you miss out on the squeeze. I don't think, now Ham has a strategy where you can, which I understand. I mean, if you have profits and your calls go in the money, sell them. And then take a tiny bit of the proceeds and buy junk calls. He calls them junk calls, out of the money. So if it squeezes, you benefit. But I hope people listen to me not to buy June calls this week. If you did, it's okay. But if you have limited money and you want to buy calls, I'm not saying you should. The June calls will be cheaper on Monday. Let's just look at one. The June $5 calls. Let me write it down. Or let me just take a picture of it. Okay, so the June $5 calls, if you bought them right now, would be 85 cents. Assuming nothing much happens to the price, let's see what those are trading for on Monday. It should be cheaper. Fngr market cap is 25 million shares. Okay, all right. You mean the float. Whatever that firm is, dropped the fake news and sucked in more gambles. Yeah, I agree. So that would support BW. I hate, people are going to say he's fudster, but that would support something I suggested before Martin's interview. But then Martin even said it in his interview. But I got hammered for it. But it's possible that that's orchestrated by the Toad, by the Anson funds. So they get people to run it up so they have something to sell that doesn't exist. And then they go ring, 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 ring. UPI, they say Roth Capital, we can give you 10 million shares of Fngr Motion at, we'll buy 10 million shares at 275. the Baba news was leaked was fake as hell. See, I like how you're thinking, because you got to be wary. You got to be wary. I think at a minimum, BW, that the name Baba is completely wrong, at a minimum. I think it's a placeholder for something else. But at a maximum, the whole thing was a canard. I have never seen that before. No. Yeah, 57 million. And then Jim, if somebody came in for 10%, I guess it would be about 65 million shares out. So if it went, if there's 65 million shares out, it would have to go to $650 million market cap to be worth $10 a share. That sobers you up a little bit. I don't know who Sean Ryan is. It's embarrassing what I don't know. Thank you, Zuzu. Look at the option chains on other tickers and see where the market makers park them each Friday. Yeah, absolutely. They take the premiums every time, and nobody is FDR. Nobody is Elliot Ness. Nobody is Joe Kennedy. So it's a very sad state of affairs. And that's why, BW, I think it's a policy decision. Do we really want a market that's run for a handful of guys out of New York and New Jersey and Connecticut and Boca Raton? Or do we want a market that works for all American investors and foreign investors and companies, tax bases, cities? It's screw the China companies. Ben burned before. I'll stick with you. Yeah. That's a common thought, by the way. One of the negative factors of the Great Depression were new to the stock market women. They knew nothing about stocks and investing, so the market became even more. Yeah. Well, man, there's a lot of men that don't know anything about trading too, and they come in. In Germany, in the First World War, and then just after the First World War, as Germany went from a sound Reichsmark, or I guess it was a mark that became a Reichsmark, they went from sound currency to, all phases of cheapening it and Stephanie Kelton bullshit. There were a lot of speculators that came in, and those speculators mostly were young men, and some made great fortunes, but I'm sure some lost their money too. Men, I think, have some makeup that helps them, like testosterone and gamemanship, that maybe women don't have. I don't know, but women have other things that men are more careful of, or less careful of. So women, there's some skills they have trading that maybe men don't have. But anyway, what happened in Germany is the speculators made money, and the safe, slow plotters lost. They lost their relative purchasing power, at least for a few years, and then then it didn't matter anymore. It's an interesting point. I made 50% on my calls after getting a bunch of junk ones for free. Yeah, that is exactly. So you understood what Ham was trying to say. I'm assuming from this, you bought a bunch of junk calls, the stock rallied, and you took money off the table. So the rest were for free, and you booked a 50% profit with those. I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. Charlie's that's brilliant. You take profits from the calls, you buy 75% stock with the proceeds, and then you buy junk calls, let's call them, with 25%. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. I don't think they'll have a short sell restriction on Fngr. I don't think. They might. I don't think it'll matter. Just just hit the F3 button. I said sell the $5 calls for 50 cents. If folks had tried to sell at least a few of them, they'd see the result and recoup on the drop. Selling options is hard when you miss yeah, exactly. Yeah, those were nice premiums, PW. It's hard to act. That's why sometimes, for me, if you write down why you're buying something and you write down different scenarios and you put down what you will do if it gets to this price or that price, sometimes when your emotions are running, you open up your notebook and you look at it and you say, all right, I'm going to do it. And then it's tough. What's tough is when you sell and you just have to sit it out and the emotions are running. Oh my God, I'm missing out. Today, it was hard to not maybe buy on that news because the news maybe looked good. But I thought, just wait. Let's see what happens. Let's wait for Monday. And the pressure is, though, are you going to miss out? So it's tough. It's really tough. Fngr is now 392. That guy Bam was good. I think that's great. Northwest. Fngr is done. Only meat is done, I was taught by a smart guy. What you mean maybe is Fngr is finished. I am selling. Well, I am sailing, endless sailing, far away across the sea. I am sailing, always sailing, to be near you, to be free. So Northwest, I don't know if you're a shill or a real person, but if you're selling, that's fine. Everybody's got to make their own decision. I would commend for your consideration, if you're selling Fngr, possibly taking half the money and buying an equal position in Nixie, maybe. I don't know when you're selling, but you might find that you recoup some of whatever your situ is in Fngr now. It's also the fault of the buyer, those calls. Why would you keep them into expiration date? It's foolish. I think getting out no more than 4 days before. Yeah, Aaron, I don't think I could have been more, but people gave me a lot of shit. I got a lot of blowback, and so I shut up. But I don't think I could have pointed it out more forcibly last week and the beginning of this week. The bids are going to go away. Get out, sell, take advantage. And you're absolutely right. But just to be clear, there's two different thought processes going on. You're talking about a trade, and you're talking about protecting value and cash, and I agree. I happen to agree with you. But what Ham talks about is why buy the Januaries, for example, when you can buy the Mays. I'm going to make it up. The Januaries cost $1. You can buy the Mays for 5 cents. So yes, you can lose 100% of the 5 cents, and you probably will, but it's less money to take a big gamble. That's how Ham does it. I'm not really in that camp. I think 90% of the time you're going to lose your money. I like what you're saying. If market makers show you massive profits on short-term calls, yeah, take your profits and re-enter later on, or re-enter at a higher price. And I think Ham tried to say that if you have profits, book them deno, and then go up to the higher strike price. Aaron says Northwest, sell it and move on. I don't have time for your trolling. The price for the June calls are, you buy on wishes and dreams. There's a quote, I'm not going to look it up because it'll take me too long, but I was reading it in this book. I'm paraphrasing. When you have profits, you can sell when you can. You can sell when you choose to. You can choose to sell, and you can make a profit. When they go down, you choose when you sell when you have no choice. It's an interesting point. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. Rick Salusta, thanks for giving me free educations and a skill set. Yeah, maybe. It's like anything. I suppose golf or basketball or picking up chicks or playing chess, or you probably have to do it 10,000 times, practice 10,000 times before you're any good at it, and then you die. But yeah, there are people out there that'll train you how to trade options. And I just bought a book on futures. There's another book I want to read too. I want to, at some point, start talking about mining stocks, oil and gas stocks, the physical. And I don't know if a lot of people here will be interested. And maybe I'll just do it for myself. But I want to start learning, because all that technical analysis it's an attempt to measure human emotion. And people buy too high, it collapses. When the stock gets back to their entry point, they sell. And that's all charts are trying to figure out. They've been a little bit bastardized because it's all computerized now. So it's just computers trading against each other. But anyway, I'm glad you're learning. I'm glad you're learning something. Yeah, I agree with that. Also, more than that, and I made this mistake, obviously it's really hard to sell. But I like your advice. Just take the profit. And there'll always be another trade if you have a wad of cash. If you don't have your capital, the next trade that comes by doesn't matter if there's a trade or not, So it's just hard to, I know how hard it is to sell. Is the big silver finger squeeze over? I don't know. I've been very skeptical of finger squeezing right now myself. Ham has been powerfully sure that it's about to squeeze. So I don't know. The answer's in between there somewhere. To me, silver, for finger to squeeze, I think you need it's the same story I always say, but you need a surprise out of the blue. 1. 2, you need price action rocketing up that's causing shorts to lose their ass. Those 2 things can cause a squeeze. Alternatively, which I've been saying for a long time, if Fngr puts out their annual report, and we can see the fourth quarter earnings, we can project this year, we can learn about the C2 contract, we can see what's going on in Indonesia, we can see maybe what's going on with some of their other lines. If Fngr were to trade up to $1 billion valuation, that would be $16 a share. I think, and it stayed there, I'm making it up, and it stayed there for a while, a month or 2 months, that could cause buying because nobody's going to carry those debits. But I think the system got the GME and AMC situations under control. As much as I piss off Cindy Lou Who, I think the system got GTII, unintentionally piss her off, GTII and CRTD and Fngr back then, the system got that under control. They used 3 agents to do it. But can't point it out. So I would be not expressing my feelings to you if I didn't tell you that there's at least a possibility, and I would say a strong possibility, that the system has Fngr motion under control. Again, what I think you need is a shock, good news out of the left field. You need price action that bites the shorts and the prime brokers in the ass. Then you can have a short squeeze. Also, if the stock finds a new level that's not $5, but it's $8 or it's $15, and it spins around $15 rather than spinning around $5, that higher price could cause buying in the non-delivered shares. I don't know how to answer your question. Ham is absolutely convinced there is going to be a squeeze in Fngr. If you've been listening to me, I've been saying what I just said just now. I've been saying it many times. Somebody posted a lot of OTC was dropped to the expert market by Fngr. Oh, really? I'll look that up. And David, go to the OTC Markets webpage and look up leadership. They all have shit-eating grins on their face. Why? Why? I called in one time. I said, "Why are you all smiling?" I buy the January trade them up and down. Yeah, that works. You can do that because they have premium. It's not fast enough for some people. I think you're paying too much premium to buy January now. But Aaron, remember this for any stock or any position in life. When the stock got down to $1, those January calls were cheap. And that's true with puts and calls in any position. When things get out of whack and you have a belief, you have a theory, a thesis, that's a good time to buy those options. What does Hebrew or Jewish have anything to do with it when we should be talking about the Druids too? I have no idea. I don't have much to talk about the Druids or Hebrew or Jewish. I do know that Jesus was Jewish, and I think we all come from the Jewish faith and from Abraham, but I don't know the distinction between Hebrew and Jewish. I don't know any more than I know the distinction between the Canaanites and the some other thing. So it's interesting, but I don't know anything about it. June 8th. All right. Right now I'm available. Sunday, June 8th. I'll write that down, Sunday, June 8th. The only caveat is if I'm traveling, but right now it doesn't look like I am. If you want to own shares cheaper, you put up your money and sell. Yeah, CBW. You should be talking to everybody. I don't have the money right now, but if I were to build my position in Fngr now, I would sell puts. But it means you have to have the cash in your account. I mean, let's see what they are. Let's say wow. I don't know. I can't believe these premiums. You could sell the $4 puts at $1. Anyway, if you're put the stock, which in that case you probably will be, you're only paying $3. I think that premium will disappear, but I really do think selling puts, you need the cash in your account, but I think it's a smart way to. Also, if the puts expire worthless and you don't buy the stock, you just keep the premium. So I think it's a good strategy. Trump is keeping the Dems on their heels with the deal making. They're trying to block him. The Republicans just blocked his big, beautiful budget bill, and the Democrats are trying to block his trade deals. And Amy Coney Barrett, a so-called conservative, seems to be siding with the liberal justices in the argument both of something to do with birth citizenship, but also with the idea that a judge can block his whole agenda. You know, MMTLP resolution, that's not going to happen, in my opinion. I don't want to talk about it right now. I talked about it so much last night. Uh, if there's a resolution, it'll be the size of a postcard that you get in the mail, and you might get a few pennies, a few dimes. I don't think there's going to be a resolution. There could be a lawsuit. Now that's might be what you mean. There could be results from a lawsuit on fraud, securities fraud, conflict of interest with the Fngr, racketeering, all of those things, tax evasion, all of those things could end up in a settlement on the legal side, and it could be really big. But I think we're years away from that. I don't expect a resolution because 3 years have gone by. People didn't fill up the transfer agent with the shares. So the company was really left with his dick in his hands. And it's been very hard. I think he can build it up. But I don't think there's any argument that any lawyer will take on a class action basis for a resolution. There's nobody fighting for a resolution. There's nobody going to spearhead a resolution. There's nobody scared. So I just don't see a resolution. I don't want to go back. I talked about it to death. I do think that in the legal route, the sort of Peter Angelos, asbestos or tobacco route, there could be a huge win. But I think it's years away. Definitely selling at 40. There's no way the SEC can say one word if we all get together. Yeah. They took away the buy button. They only do that if in trouble. They own Flaskworks. I don't know what that is, Flaskworks. That sounds deep state. There is no way the SEC can come after us for collusion when this. I wouldn't make that bet. I don't want to be part of any collusion because they will come after. They will come after us. They won't come after the criminals. Great point about 130-pound women taking down 300 plus men. Exactly. When I see it happen, I'm like, how'd she do that? And then I was watching, it was a pretty good movie. It was with, it wasn't Matt Damon. It was, oh gosh, I could almost see him. It might have been, there's another guy that's an action figure guy. I can't remember his name. He's a little dark, but he's terrific. It might have been he. But anyway, in this thing, he would get beaten up by these guys, and she'd come in, and in one scene, she knocked 6 of them out. Like, this doesn't compute. The movie was great up until that scene for me. If not when, now, then when, if not then how, but when will what, when happen now, right now. It's from the movie Spaceballs. I'm glad I never watched the movie Spaceballs. I haven't talked about silver. Do I see it pulling back more? Yeah, I could. I think all that's happening is that Trump is having success, and And the stock markets are rallying, so money is going back into the markets, and gold is having its retracement. I think this pullback in silver, I hope I have money. I don't right now, but I hope to hell silver comes back a little bit more. I wouldn't get cute. I would not get cute. You can buy some, maybe buy some of what you want to buy. Wait for it to be lower. But for me, I would just take that they're giving it to you at these prices. There'll come a time when you don't even remember what you paid. There'll come a time, girl. There'll come a time, girl, when it's a good song. I just can't remember it. There'll come a time, girl. Let's see what comes up. Oh, Betty Everett. It's not Betty Everett. It's Waylon Jennings. There'll come a time, girl. All right, let me just put Waylon. Waylon Jennings. There'll come a time, girl. Oh, is it Good-Hearted Woman? Let me see. Oh, You'll Look for Me. I think that's it. You'll Look for Me. I think that's it. I wish I could play it for you. I'd have so much fun playing songs, but unfortunately, they don't let you do it. That's it. You'll look for me. There'll come a time, girl, you'll look for me. In each horizon, in each face you see. You'll look for love like love used to be. There'll come a time, girl, when you look for me. Look all around you if you have the time. Look at me once more if you can. You once said you loved me. Now you've changed your mind, but you'll change your mind again. There'll come a time, girl, you'll look for me. In each horizon, in each face you see. You'll look for love like love used to be. There'll come a time, girl, you'll look for me. Anyway, there'll come a time when silver is just so much higher than here. You'll just be glad you bought it. So, Bob, I wouldn't get too cute with it. But yes, I do think gold and silver are probably going to pull back and stay down a little bit. But when the markets start really running, I think everything's going up. And I think silver, my target for silver, let's say by October, it could be sooner, it could be later. But in this melt up, I think silver goes to 120. The guy I'm following on it, I think he says it goes to 90. I think he's wrong. I think when it breaks through 52, it's going to just explode upward. And so that's why I picked 120. When it pulls back, then when the whole market crashes, which coincides with Martin Armstrong's cycles, I think silver could pull back. The one guy that I follow, he thinks silver could come all the way back here, maybe even a little lower. I don't buy that. I think silver will, once it runs up and when there's a crash, silver will come back maybe to 50, maybe to $60, maybe the high 40s. And then from there, I think, and we're talking probably 2 years from now, but from there, I think silver is going to advance to 400, 4,000. And it could be a short squeeze. It could be an explosion at any time. Silver could be 10,000. There's going to be a time. There'll be a time, girl. You'll look for me. There'll be a time when silver, you're going to be sitting watching Matlock on TV, or you'll be watching a football game, and you'll be clicking. You're bored. You'll be clicking on your computer and looking, I don't know, looking at overnight news out of Japan, or checking checking Yahoo Finance or something. And there'll be a time when silver opens up. I don't know the limits anymore on the exchanges, but silver will trade limit up and stop trading. And then the next day it'll be limit up. Maybe that's just the futures markets. But the physical will stop being available. And I think the activity will be so dramatic, they stop quoting it. You won't even get a quote. You can't buy it anywhere. So my attitude towards silver, buy it while you can. Buy all you can while you can. Because someday you won't be able to. So I'd just go ahead and buy it. I think it's a gift. I really want to establish a position in silver, and every time it's under 40, every time it's under 35, and boys, if it got under 30, pounce on it. Pounce on it. Oh, NWO owns Flaskworks. Okay. That has the cell tissue processing plant approved. Wow. They have technicians trained and ready to produce it. Wow. Awesome. So maybe NBO gets bought out. That's the hope for shareholders. They sold 1 million shares in an hour. I know you're focused on Fngr, but NWBO is a hidden gem. Turn the entire the oncology field into a whole new, for curing cancer. Well, the criminals don't want that. They don't catch cancer. But I thank you, Rick. NWBO is one of those stocks on my list. If I ever married Gloria Steinem and had a bunch of money. Northwest Bio is a stock I'd like to own a position in. I really would. I think it'll be fun someday. Dig deep the gathering gloom, watch lights fade across the room. They potentially could change the whole field of oncology. And of course, the criminals short it. This is a screwed up. I appreciate you telling me that. I might use it in a letter. But this is a screwed up market. It's just screwed up. And then, you know what they'll do, Rick? The criminals will short it down. The company goes into bankruptcy, and the patent and that company that you called Flask USA, it'll get bought out by China or Slovenia. And Stephanie Kelton will be saying, all we have to do is keep printing money because everyone can be wealthy. She's a bloody idiot. She has a PhD, though. Beware women with PhDs. Ham always says the crooks need volatility. No kidding. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I always wait until the stock market reaches its high and looks like it's going to crash and then just sell puts. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Ham gets so excited when he hears news that's not confirmed. Well, all news, Bill, that's like the rumor that came out here that I just really don't want to say because I don't want to be quoted on it. You got to think it through. That's material information. And any of the parties involved wouldn't want that out. You just got to view it with a little skepticism. But for me, to make that rumor work, I think two things could change. One is the name of the group. That might just be a placeholder or camouflage. And the other thing is there might be some deal that we don't know about. But I think I'm grasping at straws, frankly. Let's see what the annual report says, and let's see what the earnings say, and we're getting there. We're getting there. I've been saying that all along, and now we're there. But I missed out on a great trade, which I think I called pretty accurately from the low ones to a double, triple, or even quadruple. But let's see. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. In my opinion, the rumor really didn't move the price. I would agree with that. That's a good observation. Indeed, it may have been spread as truth or not truth or whatever, just a rumor, but I don't think anyone really acted on it. It may have kept people from selling their calls, and that's a shame. That's a shame. I don't know. If you still have your stock, I told somebody today, if you own the stock, there are ways of selling calls against it to lower your cost basis and to make up any short-term losses. And maybe we can, I tried to show you that this time. Sell the 5, sell the 6s, sell the 7s against your stock. It's hard to do, though. I don't want to tear anybody down. It's very hard to do. Did the 4s expire worthless? Yeah, I don't think you can trade them after the market. If they had any penny, there's nothing there. Watch out if you have them that your brokerage firm stock that Monday morning will probably go down just on the morning because they're going to try to screw you and sell it off and make a margin call. It'll be temporary, I think, but for those of you who want to add to your position in Fngr, putting orders in below the market right now, pick a number. Pick whatever fantasy number you want. Pick more than one. You might be able to buy the stock Monday morning or midday Monday in a margin sell-off, and then Wednesday it's back up. We feel like we're under attack, but we can take advantage of it. We know that Monday morning, in all likelihood, the criminals are going to be selling. They always sell. But on top of that, the margin clerks for retail are probably coming in and liquidating. Probably. It's a chance anyway. So put orders in to buy under the market. Obviously, we know when the criminals get caught out, they don't buy it. They don't sell them out. They don't buy them in. The markets are run by international bankers. Yeah, I think even our bankers, be it JP Morgan, be it Bank of America, they're really international banks. Look where they go to vacation. Look where their yachts are. Look where they buy homes. Look who they marry. Catherine Austin Fitts believes that trillions of dollars were taken out of the United States budget and used to drill enormous cities. She's not the first person. I saw videos on this, I think 10 years ago, but they're building enormous cities underground for the banks, the bankers, and for the beautiful, and for the wealthy and the politicians. Maybe they know something's coming we don't. Could it be the Anunnaki? If BAM investor is in on this one rally, and you all, just like you did the AMC count, why it was a scam. Let me try that again. If the BAM investor is in on this one rally, and you all, just like he did the AMC crowd, when it's a scam, not only is that not financial advice, it just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how it could be any advice at all. I am buying the heck out of NWBO, 13K and holding. I really don't care if anyone else sees the potential or not, trying to help. And I lost both parents young to cancer before they could rise. I agree with you, Rick, and I'm sorry you lost your parents. I'm really sorry you lost your parents. I will say you don't know how it would have turned out. I had a rather complicated relationship with my mother, and I always honored her and loved her, but it was very hard lots of times to, I guess, like her. I think I liked her, but it was hard to, it got to the point where some aspects of my life and some of the costs in my life, some of the harm in my life would not have happened but anyway, I don't want to finish that thought. But with my father, who died as I'm older, I was blessed to have him around all my life. Although a friend of mine who died told me that I was limited in living my own life because as long as my father was around, I was conforming to what he expected. And I said, I don't think you're right about that. But I have noticed, I miss my father terribly, terribly. But I have noticed there is an aspect late in my life where I don't know if it's I'm living my own life, and I don't know if it's freedom either. I'd love my dad to be here, but maybe that guy was right, that you have a chance to be yourself out from under the whatever happens in the relationship with your parents. I'm trying to give you a positive, but it's very hard. I think it's terrible you lost your parents. I do believe, I happen to believe this, you don't have to, but I do believe they're there. There's a book called Lovely Bones. So it was a hit a few years ago. But it was an interesting concept. it explored, and I can't remember the full answer, but it explored the idea that when your loved ones die, can they see you here? One of the answers was they are happy where they are, and they shed this life immediately without regret. So I guess that's one thing to think about. Maybe your parents are happy, and the other thing is, I believe, is they're there to help, and they're there with you. They're in you because you're part of them. But maybe your other relatives have characteristics. Anyway, I think they're still there helping you. It's not constant. It's not like they come down like thunder. But I think quietly they're there to help. And it's probably the magical things every now and then. A gesture from a stranger, a bird comes down and says hi. I'm experiencing it, at least I think I am, when dogs come up to me. Just not all dogs, but just out of the blue. It's almost the dog is coming right at me, and I feel like it's lucky. So anyway, I hope that you're experiencing some miracles maybe, or some grace as you get older. But I'm really sorry you lost your parents. That's very tough. And by the way, stick to NWBO. It's the time to buy. It's the time to buy it. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but it's a time when no one's interested. I wish I listened to you and not him when you said to sell the call $5 and $6. Yeah, but you know what? If you'd listened to me, probably Ham would have been right. But yeah, that's the problem, and that's why Benjamin, I give you that wording that I came up with. In a way, you punish yourself by not selling. So now you're punished and you don't have anything. If you punished yourself by selling too soon, and maybe it ran, at least in that punishment, you'd have some cash to enter a new transaction. And it's all about having a bankroll the next time an opportunity comes along. I can't afford to lose money at options. Then don't trade options. Don't trade options. I know you like Northwest Bio, but if you're thinking about options, I don't know, can you afford $300? Go buy 1,000 shares of Railtown, RLAIF, $300, 1,000 shares. I think once they start announcing news, when, I don't know. September's our month, but it could be any time. It could be June, it could be July. But I think once they start revaluing that stock, I think 1,000 shares could be worth $3,500 out of the gate. I'm not saying the first day. It'll take a little while, but I think it could be worth $3,500. You pay $300 today. You have $3,500 in, let's say, late June, and that becomes the platform. That becomes the basis from which that stock, I think, trades up over time. Could it go to 35? Sure. Over 2 years? Sure. I don't know. It's AI. It's not my metric. But anyway, I think Railtown can give you a quick option-like experience. I also think if you can buy, I don't know, 500 shares of Nixie would cost you $1,000. I think that could be worth $4,000 by the middle of June. Anyway, those are a couple of ideas that give you option-like returns without playing options. I think both of those cases, Nixie and Railtown, have low risk on the downside. These are all speculative stocks, and in the sense that they're speculative, they can all turn to shit. But in the stories, in the fundamentals, they have very little risk to the downside. I have done deep DD on mining stocks, live in northern Minnesota, the heart of the Iron Range. You know, there's a slag pile up in Minnesota, and the name isn't coming to me, but it's an enormous slag pile of I don't know what the mine was for. It's got iron in it, but the gentleman I was working with on that, he's out of Dallas. I can't remember the name of it, but there's gold in it. And I'm sure it's locked up by now. But there was a time there where if I could have raised the money, we could have gotten the control of that asset. I think it's exciting, Rick. And if you're thinking about options, put that out of your head. If you already understand mining and mining shares, stop thinking about options. Don't trade on margin and don't trade options. Don't do it. Options can wipe you out and margin, just don't do either of those things. If you already understand mining and mining stocks, I think you're going to be provided with the trades of your lifetime, but the trades of generations in the mining shares and oil and gas shares. I think you're going to see these so-called short squeeze targets. They're going to happen in the mining shares. And I'm going to start talking about the mining shares. I haven't been ready to because of Fngr, and I'm hoping some of these other things. But I would like, if I were to take over a Shell or something, I'd like to really focus on being a mining and oil and gas cash flow company. Wealth is going to be created. Now, the problem with mining, all the mining shares out there, most of the shitty mining shares are going to stay shitty. But they'll all go up. There's not enough of them. So they'll all go up when everyone wants to buy. Anything with gold in it or silver in it or platinum in the name will go up. But the biggest names, anyway, I'm not going to run through them now. There's so many. There's 20 or 30. It's storming outside. I'm with you, Rick. NWBL will be the next standard. All right, I'm going to go on that. I'm going to look on that. Lately, I've been selling cash secured puts. Did you know some brokerages allow you to earn interest on the cash that you hold in your account? Yeah, free cash balances, Ryan, free cash balances are a huge value to brokerage firms. And so the 4% they pay you is probably a little bit of what they're gaining from having that cash there. So, yeah, I didn't know they pay it. When I gosh, it's really pouring outside. They didn't pay my clients anything, and they just kept it all. But no, that's pretty good. I think, as you put it, selling cash secured puts, I think it's a great thing to do. The risk is there'll come a time here. There'll come a time, girl. You'll look for me. There'll come a time where the market does this run to the upside. You'll make money selling the cash secured puts, but when the market gets toppy and you do it, you'll lose money. But that's all right. That's all right. All right, Bob, I'm writing that one down. And I'm listening to it rain outside. The art of investing in junior mining by Jacques Bonheur. Jacques Bonheur. All right, thank you for that, Bob. Evening Squire. Evening Squire. Are you a goer? Well, a goer. I can be. Are you into photography? Say no more, Squire. Say no more, Squire. Candid photographs? Oh, say no more. Is your wife? How about your wife? Is she a goer? I'm wondering if HKD was a surprise out of the blue. I never saw that one coming. If not, what prevented this shorts from stopping its rise in price? I actually think HKD was rumored to be an organized squeeze by Ken Griffin and Citadel. They had a sister company up in Chicago. I can't remember the name. And so that might have been a pre-planned squeeze. And way those squeeze happens, and if you can get in them, I don't know how you get in them, but how that works is dueling banjos. The criminals have their algorithmically juiced computers that spoof and fake and hide and manipulate. So they're driving the stock down. But then a guy, maybe in this case Ken Griffin did it, but it was some company out of Chicago. I think it was this one. Anyway, they turn on the computers and they juice them, and they're using algorithms, and they're spoofing and trading and cheating, and they do it on the buy side. And they catch the criminals short. So I think that stock may have been an organized short squeeze by, if I have the right one, by associates of Ken Griffin. I put in an order on one call, and then instantly the valuation halved. Well, can half a B be said to be semi-carnally? Eric the half a B. Can half a B be said to be if he suffered an injury? So at least you got half a call. Technical analysis is astrology for men. Yeah, what's your sign? I would not want to duke it out with Queen Latifah. There's a great movie she's in, Bringing Down the House. She did a great job in that movie. Which Fngr calls June would I buy? I probably won't buy any because I don't have the money, but I think I'd wait till Monday morning. And if the stock does go down, let's say to 325, 350, there's no exact number. I'm just saying it pulls down. I might, see, you're going to hate me. I would buy the $3 calls. It costs you more money. But I would think the stock would have a bounce in it, maybe back to $455, maybe in this week. And then I'd probably sell those. but you won't like that because it's too expensive. Anyway, let's see what it looks like Monday morning. Thanks for silver. I just ordered another 150 Eagles. Been buying. I think that's brilliant. That's called dollar cost averaging. Buy them while they're available because soon it's going to be unobtainable. I wish I had kept my silver because they've changed the style. They've changed the style. I wish I had all the silver I had bought, but I didn't. I believe they're running AI systems to see what happened if they suspend naked shorting. Wow. Wow, that's really big news if that's true. That's really big news. Bob, junk silver, and John will correct you and call it constitutional silver. That's probably the thing to buy, because if this starts to get on the front pages, that's what's going to sell out first. And I bet the premiums on junk silver will be massive. So let's say you buy a bag of junk silver, $100 face. I think it's 79 ounces of silver. Right now, you're not paying much of a premium. But if that goes to $20 premium an ounce, and the price is up, you could sell that, and maybe you can buy 100 ounces of a more mundane silver, and you can do it at the same time with the same service. So I like that you're buying junk silver. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Oh God, that song. Oh. How many proms was that the theme? Ours was Stairway to Heaven. Ugh. And she's climbing the stairway to heaven. Ugh. That's why I never liked Led Zeppelin. And then I got my race car, and top down, back then I had stereo speakers in the front and in the back. Led Zeppelin was the best. Do you think Fngr will go back to 5? I think Fngr hit, I'm not going to bring it up because I'll disconnect the questions, but I think Fngr, the one, I don't know if I can show it to you here. You might not see it. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Do you see that green line? I showed you all this earlier this week. Do you see that green line? Now, I'm not the greatest chartist, but that's a resistance line. It rallied there 3 years ago. It rallied there 2 years ago. It rallied there a year and a half ago. Oh, I can't believe you're blaming a dead man. And then it rallied here just now to that line. I think the green line is significant resistance, which I told you about. I also told you if it broke it, I thought it'd go to 7 or 8. And then if it got through there, it could really take off. But it didn't. So do I think it'll go back to 5? Oh, I hate what I'm seeing. I think it's more likely to go to 3 first before it goes to 5. But I don't think it's going to stay down. I think, well, shit. The 3 level could be support. But I think the 4 level could also become support. But now the stock has to break back through 4. Will it? Yes, I would guess so. And I think Fngr will go back to, Fngr has a chance to go back to the high 4s. Will it? I don't know. It's very extended. And if Roth Capital succeeds at getting them to do a deal, they're not going to raise money, everyone tells me. All right. If it goes back to 5, it'd be a good chance to sell if you have calls. But I think Fngr needs to break that declining resistance to go further. It won't be quite at 5. It'll be 4.95 or something. Could it do it? Sure, but it'll either go back to about 70-80% of the high and then continue downward, or this is just a head fake and it will rally and make new highs. It's not much of an answer, but you need a shock. You need a surprise announcement and or a short squeeze. But yes, it could get back close to that number. It could. These guys are scrambling to get the price down. Have a good weekend. The Anunnaki are lit knocking. Buffing out a beamer. Are you really? You had? I used to have a, what one? I had a small one though. I had a small one. That's great. That's a skill. I don't have that skill. That skill will play for the rest of your life. I sold my Fngr at 502. All the profits went to GameStop. Well, I like the first decision. The second decision, I think, is dreaming, but I hope it works for you. I really do. You're not alone. A lot of people think GameStop has got the mother of all squeezes ahead of it. And I wish you all the luck in the world. I hope it works. Watch the movie Infinity by Jay Weidner. Infinity. Something, I feel like I know that. I'll look it up. Thank you. Gotta roll. Thank you, Bob. I gots to pee. Look up the ticker said AREN. Okay. Not to get too personal here. I was in the Air Force for 23 years. When they died, dad first, mom next. That meant you had to retire. Well, to paraphrase Dudley Moore, you did have a relatively good 12 years. I'm sorry. You're lucky that you were close to them. And I don't know. Everybody dies is the one thing I'm learning. God was in control, but I had to get over the feeling of guilt. We did use my leave to go back home every 4 years. Oh, that's tough. So you don't think your daughter got to know him? Yeah, I have all those. I have all that. My dad was, anyway, let's not talk about it. I think you're already gone. The entire Arrowhead region of Minnesota is copper and precious metals. Tree hugger lawsuits have held Maryland back. Wow. Wow, I'd love to learn about that. How how long do you all think we can go on before this whole mess blows up? Well, they're not giving the money back. But there will be the biggest wealth transfer in 100 years coming up as wealth transfers to people like you who are in the mining business and the oil and gas business and the water business and the orchard business and the buffing business and it's going to change. But that money's gone. Those guys have taken that money. John says constitutional silver. And you're buying the stairway to heaven. All right. I hated the song. I hated the song. I'm just joining. What happened with Fngr? They sold it off. They sold it off. And they pinned it at $4. They put it at 404. So I think Monday morning there's the potential of margin sells. So if you're interested in being long the stock, you can put in orders to buy Fngr now. You can put it under the market. I don't know, 360, 340, 350, 320. Pick a number you like. And maybe you can buy some stock at a cheap price if you think that's a cheap price. But yeah, they just sold it off. They have the power to sell stock they don't have, that they don't own. They do it with computers. Are you for Fngr? I'm new to stocks, but looking at on the weekly, it looks like it's about to explode. Well, then, go with your analysis. There's a lot of good news. Ham is extraordinarily excited about it. If one of the rumors out there comes true, it can change it. But if you're looking for a stock to trade, Fngr might be it. I don't want to distract from that, but I think NIXX might give you a trade over the next 6 weeks. And Nancy, idiot, X-ray. And if you want a trade that could maybe give you 10x, reasonably anticipated, I think Railtown is a good one, RLAIF. But the excitement right now is in Fngr, no question. And I think there's going to be good information in the annual report, which is less than 2 weeks away. So, and everybody knows Fngr. There could be momentum overnight. So anyway, it's up to you. Any news on ZJYL? No, there's no news on ZJYL. There's 3 or 4 stocks. There's GDC, which ran recently out of the blue. There's ZJYL. There's GBucks. There's, I feel like I'm leaving one out, that have a group of investors who built a position. And what happened with ZJYL and GDC last year, I think those stocks were getting ready to experience potentially a short squeeze, but somebody got on Twitter and blurted out material information, and those companies, that I don't know which one or both, they just pulled back. The guys behind them just said, we're not doing anything. It's not worth going to jail. So, I think it's been 6 or 7 or 8 months, and whatever that information was, it's now had plenty of time to get out to everybody. So GDC just had a squirt upward, maybe ZJYL, but no one's focused on it, which is probably why it could happen. The focus right now that I'm noticing, everybody's talking about Fngr. They want to be in Fngr. I think a lot of the same investors are associated with Fngr. Some of those investors, I think, are in G-Bucks. They're in GDC. They're in ZJYL. I don't know if it overlaps with NIXX. I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2. But yeah, there's no news. You still own it. It's dull. It's dead for now. But the same setup is still there, and you could have a pop in it at any time. They're not going to ring a bell, and it's not going to show up on a chart, and then it's going to happen. If you're bored of it, I'm a broken record, but you could sell it and buy NIXX Monday or Tuesday and see what happens. And then in 31 days, come back to ZJYL. But people don't want to listen to my strategery all the time. You're behind. I'm behind. Did you say gold is more than silver by 7x? I said something about 7x. All right, let me find it. I think it was here. Now, what did I say? Did you say gold is mined more than silver by 7x? Oh, mined. I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what I said. I remember that 7x, but the fact is gold, there's a lot of gold mines out there, and gold is a target for mining. Silver often is a byproduct. And I don't remember. Steve, I can't remember. I'll think of it tonight. I'll go, oh, and I'll tell you. But silver is found in the ground at a ratio of 16 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold in water in the ground. The British pound sterling was set at 15.5 ounces of silver. That was the ratio. Because of gold to silver in the ground. Right now, the gold to silver ratio is around 100. It might be now down to 90. I don't know. You have to figure it. But the pricing is 1 ounce of gold equals 90 ounces of silver. And so one of the points is that that will come down to 50-50. I think it'll head to 16 to 1. I actually think silver in a spike, in a crisis, will go 1 for 1 with gold. And you bought the monster box. That's great. Let me just, you say gold is mined more than silver by 7x. I don't remember, but it is true. Listen to the Heart version of Stairway. All right, I'll listen to that. They did a song. I almost saw Heart in concert, didn't work out. But they did a song that I loved. I Hate Crazy on You. Oh, shoot. I hate it when I can't remember anymore. I didn't really like Dreamboat Annie either. Come to think of it, I'm not sure I liked them. They have a lot of albums. Oh, there it is. Magazine. That's it. That song, John, they do. Well, I can't forget this evening and your face as you were leaving. But I guess that's just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes your sorrow shows. Yes, it shows. And I can't forget tomorrow when I think of all my sorrow, when I had you there and then I let you go. And now it's only fair that I should let you know. I think you should know. Yeah, you gotta know. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give anymore. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give anymore. Well, I can't forget this evening or your face as you were leaving. But I guess that's just the way it goes. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give anymore. Yes, Nixie Inc. Nixie Inc. Nixx. All right, I'll look it up. Yeah. And yeah, G-Bucks dividend day. Yeah. Sit on that monster. Yeah. Rick knows all about crypto. I don't know that quite as well, but I guess it's a win that Fngr closed above 4. I actually think there's some risk in it, but there's opportunity. If you want to buy more, put some orders in before the market opens, under the market. Buy 100 shares at 325, buy 100 shares at 350, buy 100 shares at 360. You might be surprised. You might be able to get some Fngr under the market. And I think Fngr, whatever it sells off, if it does Monday because of margin selling, I think it will have a tendency to snap back. And you can decide, do you just buy it in, relatively uh, for a lower price, and then do you sell it on Wednesday or Thursday for a quick trade? Maybe. Silver is the best option. There's more gold in the world than silver. Yeah. Silver, there's going to be a physical crunch with silver. When looking for a new stock, do you depend on news coming out, analysis, or both? I'm at the point where people call me with an idea. And so I usually look at a new stock when I hear an idea. Analysis is, if you're talking about other people's analysis, lots of times it's not worth the paper or the screen time, but I'd read it. But I try to do my own thinking about it and analysis and trading. But these stocks are all speculative, and they've all been an attempt to catch imbalances in the market. I don't expect that those kind of trades are going to be there forever. I think for people who are trading right now, probably not necessarily. Well, it could change overnight. As Wall Street is being educated about gold and silver and miners, you're going to see a huge move in mining stocks and money going to mining stocks. Not all mining stocks they'll go up, but they're not all going to do well. But anyway, I just listen to any idea or in any situation. And when you're reading news, you think about, what company's doing that? You can Google them. I don't have any systematic process. Am I running 24/7? No, I need to go pee. Thank you, Dos Exceed. A 75,000th share came in at the close that pushed it over 4. I think that's the thing, that being over 4 could cause exercises, which could cause selling on Monday. And that's where you might be able to buy shares inexpensively. Magic Man, Barracuda, those are all right. Yeah, those are all right. Her voice is amazing. Her voice is incredible. But my favorite I just sang. Without you. Is this Margaritaville gone wild? No, I can't sing. Although I saw him in concert in a pretty small venue, and I didn't think he could sing either. For your initial purchase, oh, thank you. I should have 1 million subs. I need to FSM is a good silver pick. I'll write that down. I need to learn how to do a better job on my calls. Let me look that one up. I can't live if living is without you. Songwriters Thomas Evans and Peter William. But did he sing it? Harry Nilsson? Let's see, Harry Nilsson songs. Oh, he did. He did. I didn't know that. You're right. He didn't write it, but maybe he made it popular. I reckon you're right popular. I reckon I'm right popular. Everybody's talking at me. I don't hear a word they're saying. Only in the shadows of my mind. All right, I'm going to sign off because I got to pee. Let's see if anything happened to the world. The Supreme Court rules Venezuelan illegals cannot be deported. Stocks soar most since COVID lows. Moody's downgrades U.S. credit rating from AAA. Israel waited for Trump to depart before launching biggest anti-Houthi strikes yet. Swell. Swell. No, I can't forget this evening. All right, there's no news there. No news there. Let's see here. Something about Justin Bieber. Who are the rhinos? All right, I'm going to stop on that one. Who are the rhinos in Congress? Wow, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of rhinos. I can't even read them all. It's going to be tough to change our world. CDE looks good. Hekla's good. Have a great day. Peace, love, and God bless. Yep. I've been hearing you talk about Nixie forever. I know it's been a long time. I'm going to put it, I like that analysis as well. One giant wedge. That's how I see it. That's how I see Nixie. So we agree with that. Anyway, I'm going to thank everybody. Peace, love, and happiness. And as many meows and wagging dog tails and bad doggy breath as possible. Cheers.